We're on the internet. The
Oh,
We
internet.
made it!
It's here.
what
Yay!
It's
is up,
landed.
gang?
What would a Troll Lord game strain be without a few technical difficulties? I'm just saying.
'Always got to be there.
10 minutes late is on time.
Exactly.
Actually, I think we're doing okay. I
We're on
think we're
troll
doing
time.
all right.
Happy
Hey,
to be
everybody.
here.
Yay. Grace, do you want to introduce this since this is kind of your show, or do you want me to kind of take the lead on this? We actually didn't decide
Yeah.
that before we went
Well,
live,
yeah, that's
so.
fine. Yeah, sure. Hey, welcome in, friends, early crew. Thanks for hanging out. We're super excited to be here. This is Gold Rush of Doom. An
Of
introductory
Doom!
of
You gotta
Doom.
give Doom!
Give it the oomph. This is an introductory, amazing adventure, in which the three of us, whom you'll meet shortly, we're gonna learn the system and do this adventure, and we're super, super excited. Heather, would you like to explain who you are and where people can find
Sure.
you?
Oh, why not? Hi, everybody. If you have been around the Trolls anytime over the last several years, you may know me. I am known as Valley Girl Heather on all the socials. I am a RPG writer, creator, live action producer, and mostly actual play actor. And run. I run a lot of games these days. I have been with this system, I'm going to say, because I'm going to show these off because they're cool, gorgeous. I
Ooh.
have been running Amazing Adventures. I have been playing Amazing Adventures. I have been a part of Amazing Adventures since its inception, since that very first Gen Con when it went on sale and I started not stalking, excuse me, befriending all the trolls, especially my dear friend Jason Vey, who actually this whose fever brain all this came out of. I work with a lot of actual play groups. I do a lot of writing. In fact, I actually wrote this scenario. This is going to be kind of a play test from a yet more edits, which will eventually be printed by Troll Lord Games, and I'm so excited for that to actually have bringing my whole Amazing Adventures career story to full circle. This particular scenario started out at GameholeCon last fall. On 2 days' notice, when Chuck said, "Hey, Jeremy was supposed to run this game. He submitted. Could you run it? Oh yeah, by the way, there's no game. Can you put something together?" So it started there. It's undergone several iterations, including a complete by chance shift at Philadelphia Area Game Expo this past January, where it's really started to take form. And now this is the newest and latest iteration where all three of these brave adventurers are going to be play testing it basically for me. And I'm very grateful for all of that. So I'm hoping that we can do this. Now, with Amazing Adventures, I run a rules light game. I'm just going to let everybody know, especially for anybody from Troll Lord Games watching. You're only going to, I keep with a very, very basic mechanics, so don't expect a whole lot of a lot of roles. For me, it is story. And today I'm going to be the storyteller. Well, not necessarily. I'm going to be shining a light on all of the things that these three are going to be utilizing to create the story. First off, what I want to do is I am going to ask everybody to introduce yourselves, who you are, who you masquerade as in real life, and then what your character name is, and just a quick physical description so that everybody knows who they are following today.
I'll kick it off. My name is
Yeah,
Grace.
start with Grace.
I'm a social media manager for Troll Lord Games. We were just here last night, and by God, we're here again. Um, super excited to be here. I literally cannot wait to get into this. And you can find me on any Troll Lord platform because, hey, I run most of them, except for Davis runs Twitter and does an awesome job over there. And I am playing as the hooligan Donna Truitt. One of many aliases, perhaps. She is 28 years old. She has green eyes and this beautiful dark brown hair. She's about 5'9", 120 pounds, very svelte, very pretty. She wears a maroon bodysuit and a motorcycle jacket, and she's pretty much the coolest person alive and hasn't done anything illegal that anyone can prove.
So basically, Grace with a maroon motorcycle jacket. Okay,
That's
fabulous. I love it. We know you've got a bad naughty streak in you. We got that.
Not that
I'm
anyone
gonna go
court
to
of law can prove.
yeah.
Nothing-
Nobody can prove it. Nobody can prove it.
can prove it.
And there's no video evidence of that yet. Chris,
Hi.
tell us about you.
My name is Chris. I've been floating amongst the Troll Lord Games people in and out. I've run a couple of booths, stuff like that. Run is very generous for what I did at the booth, but it's mostly an opportunity for me to hang out with my friends and talk about nerdy stuff. And I've been a fan of the Siege engine and Castles Crusades for a while. So I was excited to get started into this. And yeah, I don't really have much. I mean, if you want to follow me on Twitter, go right ahead. But it's not good. It's terrible on there. It's very bad. Anyway, I will be playing Will Wheeler, the former Marine or soldier class. And he's like 5'1", very sturdily built, like 180 pounds, very, very thick gentleman. A hefty lad. He is very down, very low energy, but he's got a fire in his heart for liberty and freedom, and he is not afraid to exercise his right to do anything.
That will be interesting to see how that plays out. And I'm not going to give anything further than that. Let's just say. All right, and for our third player, please introduce yourself.
Oh God. Hi, my name is Johnny. Johnny Song on pretty much everything that exists. I used to stream. I used to make TikToks. I don't do that anymore, really, because I don't know. I just
The
got involved
internet.
in real life stuff. Yeah.
That's the best.
Right now, I'm a like maintenance back of house manager at an escape room. And so that's
I
like
love escape rooms.
big day job
I
energy.
love it.
Yeah. It's super fun. And I love running games for people. It kind of is like a lot of overlap with D&D. So that's a lot of fun. And then I also am a like layout design contractor for like books, particularly like D&D books. And I have some stuff that I'm doing there, which is a lot of fun. Yeah, and that's my day. I like I don't know. I play guitar, and I like acting.
Is very good at it.
I'm in a couple movies. They're just like local
Oh.
film things, which have been really fun. And
Very nice.
yeah, lots of fun stuff. And I'm gonna be playing Jane
Yes.
McDermott. She is 30 years old. She is 6 foot, blue eyes, short blonde hair. It's kind of crazy, actually. There's like a lot of similarities there. But she's a girl. She's a widow, finishing her dead husband's like kind of term as sheriff. She's a state trooper. Has spent like the last year and a half on the force, kind of like doing her thing. Not kind of like freshly out of rookie territory, feeling herself, trying to understand, like trying to feel where she fits in it all. But she's from Boise, Idaho, and I think has a penchant for justice, and just kind of understands that personal sacrifice is kind of king in this field a little bit, and so I think that's what she's inclined to do.
This is going to be fun. We have a hooligan, we have a soldier, and we have a sheriff. Did you all do this to me on purpose? I'm
No.
just never mind. Okay. No, just naturally,
Just lucky.
screwing it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me go over. I know most of you out there watching, and of course my three wonderful players, are fairly familiar with the Siege system that Castles and Crusades has. Now, Amazing Adventures, in its latest iteration for the Amazing Adventures Reforged, is also utilizes and is fully integrated with Siege as well. So the roles, the attributes are all at their base level very much the same. So you have your physical attributes, so strength, dex, con. You have your mental attributes, so you have intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. You have chosen, or because of the pre-gens that you're using, your primes have been chosen. You all know that if it is prime, basically those are your strengths. Those are the things that you, for in one way or another, are really good at, and that's going to give you extra bonuses and advantages as you go through. So you're not just, you have your role, you add your bonuses, and then of course you add your level to that. Your target number, or in this case, as they call it, the challenge class, which is your challenge base plus your challenge level that I give, is going to be much lower than a non-prime. When you do an attribute check, it's going to be, so non-prime is going to be a lot tougher. It's going to be a lot higher. So again, all of that is the same. None of that has changed. The attribute rolls for, obviously, for saving throws. If there's something you want to do, we don't have to look at a long list of skills. Just let me know what you're doing and we will assign an attribute check to it. All of that remains the same. So if you're familiar with Siege, even its most basic mechanics, it's all going to be the same. Now, that said, this is where it gets fun, because Amazing Adventures started really with the focus on pulp genre, and then of course has now opened itself up to becoming a multi-genre system. So while Castles and Crusades is almost pure fantasy, Amazing Adventures could be anything. Could be modern. It could be steampunk. It could be you could have cultists in Cthulhu. You could, in the mythos, you could have schmazzies running around and trying to steal religious artifacts. Think Indiana Jones. Think a Sky Captain of the World of Tomorrow. Think Buck Rogers. Think all of these things. This is really what Amazing Adventures allows you to do, and more. And yes, it fully incorporates into Castles and Crusades if you want to add a fantasy element into it. All of those are in the book. Get the books. They're fantastic.
And beautiful.
And beautiful. My God, the artwork that is in everything that Troll Lord Games prints is okay. But I'm going to go over two specific mechanics, because these are the two mechanics that you are probably going to use most often in what we're going to be doing. One is called fate points. And this is where we start to see, because Amazing Adventures allows you to do whatever you're going to do and then some. Again, with that kind of pulp, that kind of more, it could be reality magnified, so to speak, like a caricature, but in the best possible way. It's reality, but blown up into bigger ways. Fate points, as you, I think, have on all of your character sheets, are going to allow you to do and perform certain things maybe outside of the normal wheelhouse of just general gameplay. So things like Fortune's Favor, which will allow us, you can alter a single D20 roll to make an attack, attribute check, level check, or a saving throw. Things like Mighty Blow, where you make this one single earth-shattering attack, and you're going to spend a point, and I'm going to make a Mighty Blow, and I am going to, it's the difference between coming down with an attack and coming down and just decimating the whole, putting a crater in and around your prey. Down but not out. Avoid death. When, if you're reduced to -10 hit points by a massive attack, you can spend a fate point, and you can just avoid death because you just have that will to keep going just a little bit longer. Things along these lines. So keep your eye on the fate points. If there's something that you think you want to be able to do, let me know and we can see where that can fit into one of those. So you have a limited number of fate points because this is a one shot. So definitely don't hold back on using them. But you also might want to be strategic about when and where. I don't limit for one shots how many you can use at any given time, but generally it's once per round. So if it's your turn, you get to use one fate point. If the next time your turn comes around, you want to use another fate point to do something else, I will allow it. Again, this is how I do this during one shot gameplay because we don't have that long. So let's have some fun with that. Then comes my favorite mechanic of all. This when they talked about doing the Reforged and they talked about redoing everything, there was talk about removing this mechanic. And I think I begged, pleaded, and threatened them to keep this in. I'm sure they will, at some point, somebody's going to correct me on that, but I'm pretty sure I did. The exploding dice. And the way this works, if you roll a natural 20 or a natural 1, before you add any bonuses or anything in, if what on the die is a nat 20 or a nat 1, you are not only going to add all of your bonuses into this, but you are also going to start rolling. You're going to start with 1d6. That d6 is going to add to that roll. Now, if that d6 comes up as a 6, you will roll it again. And you will keep adding d6 rolls into that original roll until the d6 comes up as anywhere from 1 to 5.
Terrifying.
Okay. I have seen this done where a guy in my initial, I ran a campaign for Amazing Adventures for about 2.5 years, which is really what got me familiar with it. And I have seen it happen more than once, where someone will roll a nat 20 or a nat 1, and they will roll a d6, and then they will have to roll a second d6 and a third d6. It gets insane, and
That's
this
so
is
awesome.
why I love this. Now, the nice thing is if you get a nat 20 and then you roll the d6, you're going to automatically hit. If it's an attack, you're basically going to automatically hit. Whatever you're trying to do is automatically going to happen. It's just how epically, amazingly successful is that going to be? If it's a nat 1, how truly epic is that failure going to go? So don't be too afraid. It gets to be a lot of fun because these are the stories that are going to linger from here on out.
Yeah.
So any questions on those two mechanics, fate points or exploding dice?
I might need a little bit of like diet guidance next time we like use them, but I'm good.
Not a problem.
Cool.
I will do my best to remind you. I also have my lovely GM screen.
Gorgeous.
So
Ooh,
I
nice.
have all of I will hopefully remember the rest of the mechanics. But basically we are going to keep this as rules light as possible because we are here to have fun and tell a story. And that story is going to start in modern day California. You see, the three of you are, for one reason or another, and we will get to that in a minute, have become part of a local archaeological dig. The excavation is taking place in the hills surrounding Placerville, California, which is very close to where back in 1848 gold was first discovered and the gold rush was on, starting at Sutter's Mill. So it's not unusual for, excavations to happen in the area, finding artifacts. Usually teams come out from the University of Las Vegas and other surrounding colleges and universities. They a lot of times will head up these digs to acquire, any kind of artifacts, any kind of tools and bits and pieces from that time period so that they can be cataloged and recorded, cleaned up and prepped and ready to go and sent out to museums all over the world to continue this story of the California gold rush in the mid 1800s. sheriff, our sheriff, you happen to be part of one of the local constabularies that is out kind of monitoring this, kind of keeping the peace, making sure things are okay. When these teams come out, they work with the local museums, and there's several of them in the area. The one that this team is working directly with, it's a smaller dig, is the Miller. Let's see if I can say this right. Miller Mineral Museum and Gift Shop. It's a little smaller museum in Placerville, and this particular dig was going well. You had come out, you had touched base with the two lead archaeologists, Dr. Anita Livingstone and Dr. David Stanley. No relations, but they are partners in real life. They're heading up a small team of student archaeologists here in the area. And you met with them initially. Everything was good. Permits were correct. And everything's been fine, as far as you know, for the last couple of weeks. Until weird rumors started coming out and filtering into town. I mean, it's always, you never know what you're going to find in a dig, but it seems that part of this dig site included an abandoned gold, what people think is an abandoned mine, where gold was probably found. But since the mine was opened up and the excavation has kind of moved into that space, weird stories are coming out of that. Tales of unexplained lights and sounds. A couple of hikers came into town, and you overheard them talking at the local diner, saying that they had thought, when they had walked around that area, that they seemed to hear the sound of pickaxes working. And at first they thought it was just the excavation, but then they said they saw some dirty, haggard men working, and mules with packs on them. And then they talked about smelling something burning, but nobody could find a source for it. But you just received a report, probably within the last 12 hours, that two of these students that have come with the UNLV team, they've gone missing. No one's been able to find them. At first they thought they may have gone off to, just to spend some time together. But they have not been seen in almost 24 hours. So you have been brought in to kind of start taking a look at things. So, my dear sheriff, I'm going to ask you a question, because I'm curious of your answer.
Sure.
You are at least you're working in this area right now, but have you always lived in this area?
No, I'm from Boise, Idaho. I'm from the north a little bit there, and it's where I went to community college up there, and I spent a lot of time, in state trooper school, and they just kind of moved me down to California semi recently. I want to say in the last 6 months or so, they reassigned me, and I was looking to get out of Boise anyway, so that's fine. But yeah, not always been here, but I'm liking it so far. It's a little. It has that kind of sleepy feel, but it has access to like some bigger stuff, that California has. So yeah.
How long have you been living in the area?
Let's say like past 4.5 months, I'd say, somewhere in that ballpark. It took a couple months to sell the spot in Boise, and then come over here and find a place and get all set up and everything. So yeah.
And you are kind of taking over your husband's former position. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, he
What happened to your husband?
oh geez, you're not gonna even take me to a mail or something? It's he's a stubborn bastard, and he got himself killed. And that's I love him to death, and I miss him every day. But he uh, he always has to search for meaning somewhere. You know, he always had to. He always loved finding clues and uncovering mysteries and things, and he loved all of that and being a part of the whole shtick. He wasn't really much of. He didn't enjoy the beat very much. He liked the detective work a lot more, but I yeah, he uncovered some stuff that I think maybe he shouldn't have or whatever. But yeah.
So it so he is dead, or did he just disappear? Did he just leave?
I, as far as I know, he's dead. There was I saw the body. There's a hole in it and everything.
Okay.
Um, a lot of blood everywhere. Pretty sure it was his. We tested it, said so, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, good to know. All right. To our soldier, you have found yourself a part of this team. Um, how did you come to be part of this research, this excavation, this research team? What is your role with them?
So I've been bouncing around. I've been kind of, some people have labeled me a vagrant. It's more so I just don't want to have a permanent address on record. Um, and I've run with a couple militia groups. I've been floating around with all kinds of stuff, and I decided this was a good use of my time. I think uncovering the past is good to understand, where we are and where we're headed. So I kind of signed up with these guys. I learned a bit about maintenance on machinery and stuff like that. So the trucks, stuff like that for the team. I've been kind of my job's to maintain that stuff. I'm not really into the digging. I don't know what I'm looking at in terms of artifacts or anything like that. But in between headaches and the various like pains that I'm in normally, I kind of just work on motors and make sure everything's running up and running for the camp, generators, stuff like that.
And probably on the side, since you are former military, they probably utilize you to kind of keep an eye on things, maybe a little bit of security work on the side. So you're kind of multi-purpose.
Yeah. I like to think that nobody like directly asked me to do that, but I'm always kind of just providing Overwatch in general. I did bring my rifle with me. I haven't like explained that to anybody or like told anybody about that explicitly. I just keep it in my truck. But yeah, I'm ready for anything basically.
Okay. All right. Ah, famous last words. I love it. Okay. And we're going to move on to our hooligan. Now, you wouldn't normally find necessarily, supposedly, necessarily find someone of your
Price tag.
line of work, your line of work, in and amongst a, group that is getting dirty and dusty and, all this little painstaking work. It's a little kind of you're not quite that patient, but I'm gonna guess you've been paid well by some maybe less than savory individuals through, of course, untraceable means
That's just
to uh, to acquire something of value, something unique, not the regular pots and pans and ripped denim and things like that. No, they want you. They have hired you to find a way to infiltrate this group, to find something of true value that either they can keep to their own personal collection or maybe sell on the black market. So I would like to know, Grace, how have you integrated yourself into this group so they are not aware of your true motivations?
Well, really, it's rather boring. I'm just here as a security consultant to make sure that everything at an operational level moves smoothly, and just to oversee all the technicalities and the various little details and make sure that everyone's staying in line, I suppose. I was rather surprised that this group could afford me, but it was a pleasant surprise, most certainly.
All right. It's when you realize that they had brought on a former member of the military to kind of help out with the mechanics and more than likely kind of help a little bit with security. What steps have you potentially taken to ensure that he is not suspicious of you?
That's cute. I'm not doing anything wrong. I have nothing to hide. All I'm doing is encouraging the flow of open commerce. And I really am here to observe and just make sure that there are no threats upon the team. I'm just but a humble security consultant who maybe believes that property is inherently theft.
Perchance.
But I don't
Can
talk much
see.
about my past, if you must know.
Oh, I can see the bluff rolls starting already. Okay. Well, all of you have found your part out. Have found your way to this one way or the other, are there for your own reasons. For our sheriff, you obviously have been brought in. You have been talking to the various members of the excavation team, taking information and statements, trying to find out more information about the missing students. And nobody has seen anything. Nobody noticed. All everybody knows is that they were scheduled to go in, and they were seen going into the abandoned mine to do some documentation, take some pictures, take notes, and that there was a yell of excitement. At some point, they said it was overheard that they had found something big and important in that, inside the mine. And that was the last anybody saw of them. When other members of the team had gone in, they did find something very unusual. They started noticing that there were bones on inside the mine deeper in that appeared initially to be animal bones, but unlike, they had like mutations to them. Like one looked like the skeleton of a bird, but had 2 or 3 necks and eye sockets that were more than 2. There were bones of larger size, very large size, that they couldn't quite place. They found a pile of bones that, when kind of laid out, seemed to make 1 or 2 animals put together. They're not sure. It appeared maybe kind of arachnid-ish, but it didn't quite make sense. And then from further in the cave, towards the very back, where it seemed to just cut off suddenly. They found what they are calling the machine. It was found embedded in the wall. It was a mess of dented copper tubes, severed copper wires, ripped cloth bellows, rotting leather, and broken glass gauges, all kind of attached in some mangled way to what appeared to be a modified wooden chest-like structure. It looks like it had taken a really massive blast to it, and has slowly been kind of very gently and very carefully removed from the wall. It is now sitting on a table nearby. All of you, what would you like to do as this machine, these pieces are brought out and laid out on the table?
Who wants to touch it first?
I mean, I work on the stuff here. I'll take a look at it and see if I can get it working. I don't know. It looks old. Can I use my knowledge of mechanics to try to ascertain like the nature of this device?
Sure. So let's see.
You glimpse into Cthulhu's eye and you fully go insane. Everyone dies.
Yeah, I know. Chris knows this is probably not a good idea, but Will is like, I'm the machines guy. I'll
do
it.
this. This is what I
This
do.
is what I do.
So why don't you, since this is, you're kind of pulling this out of knowledge, I'm going to guess that we're going to go with an intelligence check on this.
Fair enough.
And do let me know if it's prime or not.
It is not prime.
Okay.
We get +1 to it though. Do I get any bonuses because it is because it's in my background? The knowledge of mechanics is in my background.
I'm going to take that into account. I'm
Okay.
just going to put it that. So I'll take that into account when I'm in putting together the challenge class. So I'm going to say, because this is definitely in your background, but this doesn't fit the time period. You've never seen anything like this. So this is going to be a little bit of a challenge on this. So I'm going to bring this as a challenge class of 16.
Ooh, I'm a little bit short of that with a 7. So
yeah, you look at that. You look at this device, and this doesn't make any sense. It obviously is it has to be mechanical in nature, because you see the gauges, you see the little all the wires, the tubes. It's someone tried to utilize the technology of the time to put together something, but you are not, you can't quite make heads or tails of it.
I think he stands over it, and he doesn't even touch it. He just like stands over it on the table and then just like pulls out a cigarette, lights it. Yeah, I don't fucking know.
Following that rather expert assessment, I would like to look to see if there's any sort of panel that can be opened into this machine so we can take a peek under the hood, so to speak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just give me an intelligence check. Let's see if you can kind of maybe figure out something that your mechanical soldier hasn't.
That is a 13 secondary. +2, so 15. And then do I add my level?
Isn't it prime?
It's not prime.
No, then you would not.
So 15.
Okay. So You are absolutely not sure. So,
I take my
this,
fist and I hit it.
yeah, you're close.
Hey, watch it there.
What? Sometimes that works.
So she
Progressive
goes,
maintenance is a last resort.
as you're all looking at this thing, and the security expert comes over and just kind of hits it like an old TV with rabbit ears. Um, you all hear something.
You were
It
saying.
it sounds, it's not hollow, but more than that, you hear what sounds like for just a moment crackling of like energy. It's almost like a
All right,
sound effect you would have heard in a movie of with some kind of energy or like lightning or something.
all right,
You
young
hear the
lady, I'm gonna need you to take a step back there. That seems a little volatile.
I'll get out of the splash zone.
All right. Everyone, be careful. Everyone, give it a lot of space. All right. Nobody, come in here and just start fiddling. All right. Mr. Mechanic, you want what? You said you got nothing.
The crackling, I think, might have activated something for him, just because, this is like character backstory stuff. He was a member of the Sensor and Ground. Like when he was in the Persian Gulf, he was like a member of like the Sensor and Ground. Um, it's like a reconnaissance team that goes out and like puts sensors to like track troop movements and stuff like that. So like
Mhm.
he did a lot with radios and stuff with that. Does the crackling like maybe point him in a certain direction? I'm not necessarily asking if I can like redo the role or anything, but would that help in any way? Like would that lead him any
You know what?
direction?
Because of your background, I'm going to give you a little something here. The crackling is for you. Yes, it sounded almost powered,
Mm-hmm.
like electricity, but more than that, it's almost like the popping and crackling, almost like of electric static. So like something you might have heard a little bit on the radio, if like a radio was shorting out.
Okay. But it doesn't look anything like a modern radio by any means.
Oh no, not at
No,
all.
not at all. Okay. What are the measurements on the gauges? Like, what are the gauges measuring?
There are, as far, it looks like one has been completely busted,
Mhm.
and is missing. You're pretty sure from the indentation, the carved out part of the wood, that one of them has been, there was probably one there, and it's just, there's a little bit of metal where something was being held in that's left, barely hanging on. Um, there are two other gauges. One is a full round gauge, that goes from 1 to 10, or 0 to 10, excuse me. And it's currently, at 0. You're not sure if that's because this there's nothing seemingly powering this gauge, because you're pretty sure that power is needed for this gauge to work, this type of gauge. Um, the other is almost like it would, you think maybe it's just to show if there's something inside and what level it might be. It kind of runs the strip. It's kind of broken and shattered in parts. But if there was anything in it, you're pretty sure. It's like looking at the side of a bottle of ketchup, where in between the labels, you've
Yeah.
got that little strip where you can kind of see how full something is.
Hmm.
And it's less of a gauge, but it's more kind of a glimpse in. But the the glass is so damaged, it's hard to tell. You can't really see through it. Almost like when safety glass gets hit and it kind of goes opaque in a
Yeah.
lot of, it's more along those lines.
Okay.
All right, and just to clarify, like the description for myself a little bit, is this a chest? Is this like a box with a lid that's hinged?
So you take a closer look at it and you realize it's probably more that somebody took a barrel, a
Okay,
small barrel, maybe it's one of those small, um, like
Like a
maybe it had
whiskey barrel.
alcohol or something, like a
Okay.
whiskey
Yeah.
barrel, yeah,
yeah.
and converted it a little bit. What you thought was initially a chest turn is more of a barrel, but it's flat on one side where there are rotting leather strips kind of barely, hanging on to it.
Are
And
those
then
leather
it's kind
strips
of round
fastening?
around the outside. So it's almost like a half barrel.
Gotcha. Okay. Is the leather fastening anything, or is it just like a decorative element? What is the leather? What's its
Give
purpose?
me an intelligence check. Let's see how much we can do
Hey,
here.
listen, guys, I'm not smart. Okay, it's
Don't sell yourself
big.
short.
It's
But you
not.
are observant. But you
I.
are,
It's
Sheriff, you are
true.
observant.
Yeah. What? That's 11 on the die. I've got a 10 in intelligence. It's just plus 0. It's not prime.
Okay.
Um, I got like a plus 1 to arcane magic and illusion, I guess, or what? I don't
No.
know.
You're you're looking at this and you it doesn't appear to be decorative, but you're not, because of the way that they're attached, you're not certain.
Uh-huh.
Maybe they were like a strap of some kind.
Is it? Does it open? Does it seem to open in some way? Is there like a? Is it like hinged in some way, or is there like a little door or anything, or what?
There isn't, but you do notice that there is what appears to be and it's currently kind of full of rock and mud and earth.
Mhm.
There appears to be an opening on one side that may be about yay big,
Uh-huh.
that maybe something attached to at one point. Um, Maybe a hose or some other pipe or something attached to it. That only seems to be the only way of anything getting in or out.
Okay. She's like got like like hand on holstered weapon, just kind of like as like a comfort, I guess. And she kind of like tightens like her leather gloves, and then she kind of like uses I would get like not I feel like bigger than tweezers, but like same kind of vibe, and just starts like picking out the mud and dirt, trying to free up this opening.
The one of the, Dr. Livingston comes over and goes, no, wait, we have to take pictures. We have to document this. This is a major find. This device has never been seen before. You can't start pulling it apart until we do all the proper documentation on it.
I,
Um, please let us do our job.
Hey,
There'll
lady,
be
she's just
plenty of
cleaning it
time.
off.
there's
Yeah, we can't clean it. We have to photograph it. We have to document it and note it all first before
is
we can
is
start
this
our
all that was
cleaning of it.
found? Just this half barrel here, ma'am?
That was found in at the back of the mine. There's other bones and structures that our students are taking a look at. But can't aren't you supposed to be going and finding my students? I kind of I need to take care of this. She seems very insistent. Like she wants her focus is purely on this, and her face is like she's trying to put herself between you and the table.
Okay. Is there any more machinery or weird kind of stuff like this back there?
Maybe a couple of the students are looking to see what might go in that area that you were picking apart.
It's
Oh my
just there was
gosh.
dirt in it. There was rocks and dirt. And I was trying to clean it up. I'm sorry I'm ruining your archaeological masterpiece here.
Doctor, what was it?
Livingston.
Dr. Livingston.
No,
Can I
no
call you
relation.
Liv?
Doctor is fine, thank you.
Doctor. Have you
Yeah,
gone-
she really doesn't like that. Dr. Stanley calls over from the entrance of the cave. Yeah, you don't want to do.
You don't do
yeah,
that.
Have you ever gone
Honey,
somewhere?
they're just trying to help.
Have you ever gone somewhere dangerous?
Every excavation is dangerous. You never know what you're going to find.
Precisely. And so you have your own sort of research and information gathering stage before going underground where crazy two-headed birds and things might be. So any information that we could glean from this object that could potentially give us a little bit of insight about what we're working with and might encounter would be appreciated.
As soon as I know, I will be glad to share, but we need to start the processing this artifact.
All right, okay, all right. You kids can get your stuff done, and we'll get out of your hair. Mr. What's your name, sir? Mr. Tech.
Wheeler. Mr.
All right, Wheeler, and then you there, the one who hit it.
Donna is fine.
All right, I'd like both of yous to please come with me, so that we can go and investigate this thing. I want you there because I think your technical expertise might come in handy, and I want you there because you fucking freak me out. All right.
We're going to be fast friends, I think. She'll
All right.
join.
Come on, let's figure this out. And she'll start heading into the mine.
We'll join.
All right. So you head into the mine, and the couple of the students are there right kind of at the entrance with Dr. Stanley, with their little brushes and their little tools, and they are very intently focused on uncovering, it looks like, bones. And what you see, it doesn't look right. You would swear that maybe they were bird bones, like a larger bird. And you know from living in this area that occasionally you're going to see a buzzard or two. It's just, you're kind of out in the hills. It's not quite desert area, but it's, you're out in the land. So you see the occasional buzzard or other birds that would come through, and they live off of the small wildlife. But this one throws you because as you see what could be the body and the legs and some of the bones from the wings, but it's the bones that come up from the body, two small sets that seem to go and curve in opposite directions, with the bird skulls attached to them. And while each of the skulls have two eye sockets and the beak, it's the fact that there are two of them attached to the structure.
Like there's three necks.
Like two necks and two heads.
Two necks splitting. Okay.
Now you know that there are oddities in the world with animals and things. Nature is full of mutations and different, diversity in all of its forms. So it's not unusual that maybe this poor bird somehow survived long enough to grow to a point and then passed away, probably from its mutations. But it still doesn't. still kind of fills you with a sense of dread and unease. There's a couple more students a little bit further in, and they seem to be pulling out and whispering very, very excitedly as they are doing their excavations with their little brushes and their tools on a couple of things along in the lower half of one of the walls. And you overhear, that can't be. What is, how could that? No, 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 no. Somebody had to have been in here. That why we shouldn't waste our time. But look at it.
I'm getting
Look
all up
at
in their
it.
business. I'm walking right up there.
Donna, you look over their shoulder. No, I mean, no attempts to hide it, I'm assuming. You're just
No.
like,
Yeah.
what's going on? Okay. And as you look over their shoulder, you notice what they are trying to uncover out of the dirt. First thing you notice is that there's a smell in the air. You start to smell something. It's almost like something's like someone singed popcorn a little bit, just really light. And it's little taste of metallic on your mouth. But as you're looking, as you're seeing and noticing that, you look over the shoulder and you notice what it is. And you can see why they are reacting. It's a cell phone. It's a Nokia, because those things last forever. But this thing looks like the screen is shattered, or at least splintered. It's half buried in the dirt. And it looks like it has been there for quite some time.
Dead battery, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's probably the problem.
Would we have seen a? We are aware of Nokia cell phones.
Late 90s, early 2000s, yeah.
Okay.
Late 90s, early 2000s.
We're in
Yes.
like
So
just making
definitely
sure.
right around 2000. Yes.
Okay.
Just starting to be a thing.
So this place has had visitors before.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but this is in the dirt. This isn't something that somebody just dropped.
Maybe a cave-in?
It doesn't look like a cave-in, right? There's not like loose rubble on the ground.
Nope. I mean, the area looks rough, but then again, considering that this is back from the mid 1850s, so easily 150 plus years old. There's wood beams kind of holding it up, but the wood is not in the greatest of shape. The walls look like they're not they're fairly rough hewn. They don't look smooth. So, I mean, it's kind of pockmarked, whether through age or, maybe the people, if someone has been in there, mining on the walls and then just kind of gave up in places and just kept moving back and back and back.
I know what happened here.
Oh, you do you?
Mm-hmm. It's all quite simple, really. The
Right.
year is 1996. Someone is
Right.
curious about Nokia's boast that their phones are indestructible. They come here, they bury it, and they leave. They perish years later after a long, happy life raising a family in the state of Wyoming in probably a car accident from the looks of...
Their phone. That's definitely been here the whole time and would not have been on their person in the
No,
car
was
accident.
was buried here.
Right, obviously.
I was referring more to the color of the case. It looks like someone who would live in Wyoming and potentially die in a car accident. I'm using psychoanalysis right now.
Psycho what?
Filling in the details. The point is, this is just someone who left their phone here, probably for some sort of experiment. They would come back and check on it in a certain amount of years and never did. Nothing supernatural is going on.
Uh, Jane like taps one of the kids on the shoulders like, "Hey, does that sound right? Is that how long the phone's been there?"
Uh, maybe it. I mean, it's a Nokia. They're supposed to last forever. But
Right.
that's not the coolest part. And he kind of looks around. And he goes, "Come here. You want to see something that's really kind of neat?
Sure. Yeah.
Come here.
Do
Come
bears
here."
Yeah.
shit in the woods?
And they take you. The student takes you a little bit further in. Excuse me. Takes you a little bit further into the mine, and it's obvious that there's an area that's blocked off, marked off with looks like little stakes and colored string
Hmm.
off to one side, and it's looks like there's a couple of levels dug down. It's about 3 feet by 3 feet,
Okay.
and up down towards the base, like the deepest part of this dug area, you see something that stops you. You see a radio, a modern day police radio. And what really throws you for a loop is that it's kind of on its side, and on the side, etched in, and you know this because you have seen it, you have run your fingers over it many times, waiting to give it back to your husband before he would go on patrol, and then you taking it on as you reach down absently to your own radio, the name McDermott etched in roughly to the side with
What
white
the hell?
pen. And with that, all of you hear a scream from outside of the mine. You hear Dr. Livingston start to scream in a combination of excitement and fear. "Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What did he do? What? Ah." And then you hear Dr. Stanley run from where he is excavating these strange bird bones to the table. And you hear both of them start to yell back and forth. Soldier, our soldier hears a very familiar sound of a hum of power as it grows louder and louder, loud enough that all of you can kind of hear this thrum, almost feeling it. And then a, you start to hear a boom, but everything goes white, drowning out all of the screams, all of the exclamations. Your vision goes white. It fills your senses, and then everything goes black.
I use my action to pee
Now,
my
I'm going to
pants.
stop here for just a moment and ask if anyone needs to use the bathroom before we move on.
I might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Let's go. I'm so into this.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
boy.
This is so good. I have
So-
a be right back screen.
Okay, so everybody, we are going to take a quick 5-minute bio break, allow our players, because what comes next? Well, we'll see what happens.
And just as a side note, we do have a raffle going. So if you'd like to earn a $10 off coupon for our store, just go ahead and type !raffle in the store, and maybe it'll be you. Maybe you'll be the winner. Who knows?
Maybe it's you.
And
Maybe
we'll
it's
be
you.
right back. Maybe
Be right
it's
back.
already
Really, bye.
you. Bye.
Woo!
Cool. Very cool.
Six. Super scaled. Right back.
Okay.
Likewise.
Good. I got to bring up all your character sheets because now things get fun.
Hello. Oh, I see a
Hello.
chat. Someone from Great Place
Yep.
following.
I-
Oh, interesting.
Yep. I figured that way you guys had that reference because you may need them. Okay. So, yep, I have put
We're in. Sorry about that. I actually didn't like mute us on the be right back screen. So sorry. When I got back, I muted it. No, of course not. Yeah.
stretched out on the ground, seemingly maybe some mud. Let's see.
I just had the craziest dream.
Not sure it's a dream.
And if we could pause for can everybody hear
sorry.
us in chat?
That was my bad.
We got that?
It was
Okay,
because I
just
muted
making
it,
sure.
and then I thought it was only for that scene on OBS, but it carried it over into this one.
Little
So I think they
Okay,
missed a little
just-
bit of just us waking up. But
Can't hear you. Fixed. Hello. Okay, I think
sorry,
we're good.
guys.
You good?
Okay. So yes.
Wouldn't be.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a Troll Lord game stream if it was not. There were not technical difficulties. I mean, seriously, we got to keep the tradition.
I was having this dream that no one could hear a thing I was saying. Yeah, there was a machine and mud and oh dear.
Okay. Can I like sit up and look around to see if
Yeah.
see how the camp looks, if my truck is nearby?
Sure. You can. So you sit up and you kind of go to wipe your eyes and realize there's mud all over your hand. So you avoid that for a moment. And you take a look around. You seem to be off in the mud. So that at least tracks. Next to kind of a ramshackle building, wooden building. In front of you, about a few feet away, people are kind of moving back and forth, as if they're a road, a path. There are people coming and going. Looks like they're going about regular business. You see a horse and a wagon
How
go
are the
by.
people dressed?
You see a couple of women in long plain dresses with some type of bonnet or something over their head. One of them carries a basket with, I don't know, looks like some carrots or some sticking out, maybe a loaf of bread. One of them has a little girl in their hand, and you can see the little girl start to look over at all of you and point, and the mom quickly shushes her and moves her a little bit faster pace away.
God, this is
Did
just
we
like
get
New Year's
abducted
Eve
by
5
the-
years ago. I woke up
Did
in
we get
Colonial
abducted
Williamsburg.
by the? Yeah. Did we get abducted by the Amish or something?
Will is gonna stand up, and like the nearest, he's gonna shout out. He's gonna shout, "Where are we?"
A couple of people turn and look at you with odd look in their face, and they keep moving. They keep moving away.
I look down and realize that I'm like a manlet covered in mud, and I just rose up. Where are we? He's like, okay, I don't think I'm the person for that, but
Leave it to me.
All right.
She
sure.
strides off into the crowd, and she's gonna try to like catch somebody, and just like get somebody one-on-one. The first person that makes eye contact with her, they're toast. She's coming for them.
They're toast.
She's in her like maroon onesie. It's like the strap is down here, her bra strap's showing. She like her mascara is smudged.
Okay. You get up and I mean, it's not hard. There are people kind of coming and going, and you get up and you start to walk past the building into the roadway, and go ahead and make me a dex roll, please.
Okay.
I'm just like slapping the mud off of the manlet.
That's a 9 prime. Would I add my level to that?
Yes, you would.
So it's a 10 total.
So 10. All right. It's not hard to really see this. But unfortunately you're not able to quite sidestep quite fast enough as someone has come out from the building. You realize that there is, it looks like a walkway or sidewalk set up in front of it's actually a row of buildings. They just kind of keep going down this road, and you see more on the other side. Someone comes out of the building that you're next to and is throwing some type of water or liquid out of a pail in towards the side, and they see you as you see them. Unfortunately, the pail with the whatever water or
not water.
Hopefully it's water being tossed out of it is, and you get splashed in this kind of soapy, dirty water on front of you. It does take some of the mud off from your pants, but
this happens, shoulders up, just like a wet cat that's been drenched. She turns on her heel and walks right back to Jane.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't even see you there, sir. I didn't see you.
I am not the right person for the job,
sir.
That's all right. It's all right. You go about your business. It's all right. Thank you.
He kind of stops. I mean, he's in denim pants, boots, a plain spun shirt with an apron over it, and his sleeves kind of up. Looks like they're being held up.
By his massive biceps. He's just ripped as hell. Sorry.
He has a very kind of stylish mustache, and his hair is very short and tight, and a little bit of a nicely trimmed beard. And, yes, and he looks at you when you speak with kind of this shocked and confused expression on his face, and then he looks at all three of you.
Can I help you there, sir?
We need help. We need help.
We're not from around here. We're from out east.
Yeah.
Could you just direct us towards the nearest town or something like that?
Or the visitor center.
Or have you seen the Dr. Livingston?
Like a gift shop would do it, actually.
Yeah, or a phone.
You can see, like, he's not.
Sorry.
Well,
my name's Jane. It's nice to meet you. Howdy.
Howdy. You're in a town.
What town is this?
Is this like an Amish kind of situation? What's going on here? I heard about these, I think.
Well, it's
Did you see the explosion that just happened?
explosion. No, we don't use dynamite's not allowed here in town. If you're dynamiting things for a claim, you've got to go out to the hills.
Does the name Livingston mean anything to you, or Stanley? Is any ringing any
I don't
bells
know
or
any.
anything?
I don't know a Stanley or a Livingston.
Listen, we know that this is some kind of like immersive kind of theater situation, but we're really okay on the experience. Really, we just kind of woke up here and we're in need of probably some medical help and maybe air conditioning, and maybe a bath.
Well, the last minstrel show that came by, they've been they haven't come back into town for a while, and I don't think they're expected for a few more weeks. I don't know about this theater, but if you're looking for entertainment, the saloon's down the street there, just a few doors. Sure you can hear the music.
All
Um,
right. All
and
right.
that's you can kind of hear the very kind of upbeat kind of ding, 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 music going on.
And what about your resident medical professional,
Well,
like a doctor?
I am the barber and the dentist, but I mean, if you need
Barber.
if you need a medic, I mean, they kind of work on the other side, down the end of the other end of the street, kind of headed out of town. It keeps the smell down.
Will
I mean,
Will's gonna take a second and like look around the town and like do a full 360 and then look back and think about this question for a second and then just go, how's President Lincoln doing?
oh, dang, gonna make me look that date up, aren't you?
Test your history.
No, I was
Heather.
just watching Hamilton.
I am not throwing away my shot.
Okay. So let's see. Well, I don't know about President Lincoln. No, 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 no. That's not the case. I mean, it's President Pierce right now, and I mean,
Pierce? I thought we were in the wait. Sorry,
We had a
not
President
Bush.
Pierce.
No Clinton, no Bush, no nothing.
I feel like I've never heard of a President Pierce.
What country are we in?
Franklin Pierce. We don't know Franklin Pierce.
Who the fuck
who
is that?
this?
Is it Franklin Pierce? It might be. I think it's Franklin Pierce. I don't know. I don't know the one before Lincoln. I don't. Oh my God. Okay. This is. Oh boy. Thank you for you're the draw.
Dentist
Barber and dentist, apparently.
Can I say drontist? Doctist.
I would say barbist.
Dude? Have you been drinking?
We're from New York.
If you've been drinking.
We're from New York. No, we're just
Oh.
where things are a little different where we're from. Yeah, we're from out east. So we're just kind of getting our bearings here. We do a lot of stuff with
Okay.
we have mud baths out there that we're just kind of trying to get close to home.
It's good for the skin.
He takes a couple steps backward. Yeah, sure, partner. That's good. If you need a little hair of the dog, it's the saloon's that
drink.
way, or the general store, a
Right.
couple doors down. I'm sure somebody there could. I gotta get back to my.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Thank you for your help.
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
yeah.
I'm gonna put my hands on both of my compatriots' shoulders here and just like huddle.
What? Hold on.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. Sorry. Um, guys, listen. I don't know what happened.
What?
Either we're all having a collective hallucination right now, or
Punk is coming back.
I think we've been sent back in time.
All right. Okay. That's a good one.
Doctors used to be barbers and dentists. That was like it was an all-in-one package. We're where the camp was. Don't you get it? This is where the camp was. It was right here. We're in. They said prospecting. Nobody's prospecting anymore. Dynamite.
I think that there's just a couple of steps to eliminate before time travel.
I was pretty we're probably got abducted and sent to like an Amish camp or something like that. So like,
personally,
it's
I'm
fine.
outraged. I think that someone's playing a trick on us. I think that we've been punked.
I think
And
the
this is part of some
archaeology
elaborate
kids
scheme.
are having a good gaff. Yeah. I mean, we'll keep that in the back pocket though. That'll work.
Time
probably,
travel.
right?
Oh, okay. Ask somebody what state we're in.
All right. Jane will like walk out to the street, kind of like peek around and like and like just grab a passersby real quick, just like, hey there, hi, howdy there, whoa.
You grab the arm of he a gentleman that uh he and his looks like he and his fellow person they're standing there talking. One of the men has some looks like some kind of leather with a little bit of fringe
Huh.
on it, leather kind of pants, or at least leather, leather jacket. Very haggard looking, definitely not. I'd say unkempt. The word unkempt comes to mind.
Have
Has a kind of a big hat and on kind of hanging off of a belt. He's got a couple. It looks like a hatchet.
right.
Couple of furs, and then the other one is a gentleman who has almost like dungarees, the idea of dungarees, kind of denim, boots, um, very simple spun shirt.
Okay.
Has a mule nearby. Looks like it's laid down with packs on both sides. You're seeing various bags and a box and some supplies. Um, a few of them you do see a pickaxe, small pickaxe, hand pickaxe, and a slightly larger one, and a few other things sticking out. And when you kind of grab his arm, he just kind of,
Sorry, yeah, sorry, not trying to do it.
oh,
The,
excuse me, ma'am,
as like a
ma'am,
side note,
ma'am.
I'm a 6 foot woman.
With short
How
hair,
tall is this man?
wearing pants.
You're probably like eye level with
Okay.
him. I mean, he's not incredibly tall, and you are tall.
And I want to be clear. I've got like the state trooper T-shirt, and it's like rolled, so like it's like hugging her, like kind of well defined, like biceps. Like she takes this. She's a rock climber. She does taekwondo, right? Like she's a very physical person. And so she's like, sorry there. I just I think maybe I had a little too much to drink last night. I'm a little fuzzy on some details that is probably kind of important. What state am I in?
They kind of both look at you, kind of look at each other, like, um, yeah, sheriff must be getting desperate if he's like deputizing the lady folk. Uh,
Uh, there's
you
no
are
desperation
in
about it. I could take both of you in a fight.
California?
California, you say?
Yes.
Is this and what's the name of the town?
The name of the town that as you know was Placerville.
Mm-hmm. And this is Placerville. Am I in the right ballpark there?
They kind of look, are you all right, son? Ma'am, sir?
No, that's
Yeah,
what I'm trying to tell you. It's like no.
you're not okay.
I feel like I've got some low grade amnesia. You know, some like memory loss. Like I can't think of some things right now. I'm struggling a little bit. I'm trying to ask you for help here.
Well, this here, yeah, this is Placerville.
All right, and
Where
just
did you think you were?
I don't know where I thought I was actually. I think I got a little mixed up there. And just for humor's sake, just for a laugh, all right, as like a funny joke, right? What year is it?
They look at each other and they look at you. Do you need a doctor? I think you need a doctor.
Could the two of you answer the question for me, please? What year is it?
It is the year of our Lord 1856.
Year of our Lord, huh? Okay, all right. 818. You said 1856.
That's how they write it.
All right. Cool. That's very helpful. Thank you so much. I'll let you get back to it. Sorry to take up your time. And I will return to the alley, the side of this building that we go. Little man's got it right. Actually, we are in the past.
Don't call me little man. But also, thank you.
It's just you remind me of like my brother. He's like way shorter than me. So sorry.
So,
drugs.
what do we do now?
Well, we find that device and we make it explode again. Probably.
Honestly, I'm with
Either
the
we
cup,
get-
which I never thought would be a sentence I'd ever say.
I mean, either we get sent further back and we try and figure that out, or we go forward.
Do we know it was? Well, okay.
Do I have my cell phone?
Your Nokia cell phone?
I don't have a Nokia. I have a cell phone. In my character.
Your cell phone. Now
She's
hold
an
on.
iPhone.
I,
You do. Yes.
That's awesome.
Everything. So when when you look at your character sheets, players, you have anything that would have been on your person at the time of the incident.
Yeah. So no
So I
Kevlar
think
vest,
I
no
think
shot.
one of the characters, one of the pre-gens actually has like has a car. Obviously that would not be here.
Yeah, my police
if it was-
cruiser's not here.
Nope. Nope, it is not. So whatever you had on your person at the time is what you look yourself over, and that is what is on you now.
Okay. I do fortunately have my second most important item, which is my ankle holstered revolver. And then my
Nice.
first most important item, which I pull out of my pocket, and I light up a cigarette. So I'm kind of just like, okay, we are in 1856.
Yeah, 1856 there.
I don't know. It's before the Civil War. So slavery is a thing that's happening right now,
Right.
which is real neat. We need to invest in Standard Oil.
I was just thinking about what kinds of things we could tell people here to freak them out and set us up for success generations down the line.
I'm sorry, are we trying to live here or are we trying to get home?
No,
Get
we're gonna
home,
get home.
Get home,
But we're
but
just
a
gonna
little bit of,
make a nice cushion for ourselves.
a little bit.
That's like vaguely unethical, tampering with time for personal benefit, right?
Okay, I didn't know you were a time cop too.
Listen, I don't know.
Everyone
I don't
tampers with everything for personal benefit.
got-
It's commerce.
We got Jean-Claude Van Damme here.
Listen.
Aren't you a little curious about what would happen if you fed one of these people a Dorito?
Of fucking course, they'd explode. It'd be great.
They just
But
came out with Cool Ranch.
But that's not. It's just not. Okay, it's fine. You can do whatever you want. I'm not a cop here, actually. I don't have. I mean, I can technically have jurisdiction, but like 200 years from now or something.
You and I
So-
are about to be burned at the stake if we don't do something.
Well, I can't
You-
like long
Yeah.
my hair. Like I can't.
All of you realize that as you are having this conversation, there are a lot of people kind of slowing down, a few stopping, staring. Oh, you are garnering a lot of attention.
How about we procure some clothing? Or better yet, you
Right.
let me procure some clothing for us.
If you get me some frou-frou bullshit, we're gonna have issues. If I
Well,
have to wear
all I'll
a
say
frock,
about
I'll
that-
kill somebody. I swear to God.
We're on the same wavelength. Don't you worry.
Okay. All right. I'll wear what we have to, but if you, I fucking swear to God, if you get me a frock,
the-
we're gonna
with
have problems.
You can trust
we
me with
get-
many things, including your wallet, your social security number, and your fashion.
I
will
can trust you with none of those things except for the fashion. Because you are good looking.
We'll circle back to
You
it.
got a really good, like, the whole thing is, like, really
Thanks. You
homogenous.
look great as well. I can tell.
I
I
actually
worked
think the
hard.
mud kind of adds to. Anyway,
People are slowing down. Okay. All right. Cover story. We're a traveling family band of clowns,
I like it.
All right.
and we are here to entertain the people, but we're in between stuff right now.
Hmm. And we're from New
waiting-
York. That really seemed to.
We're from
explain
New
it.
York. Listen, yeah. Far away. We're from far away.
Oh, you're a clown. Tell me a joke.
We're all clowns. I'm physical humor. So,
Do you-
I look out.
Are
And
we
I go-
just all physical
go-
humor?
Whoa! And I like flop down into the mud.
Bozo.
Could as much as I'm enjoying all this,
Yeah, let's
Could-
move.
bubbers. Could everybody please make me an intelligence check? Actually, wisdom. Sorry, give me a wisdom check.
Ooh, that's a
Oh,
prime
that
for
one's-
me.
That one's better.
Oh.
Please give me wisdom checks.
So the base mod does not include your level.
So if it is a non-prime, what I got here? I don't know.
Okay.
You have a puppy and I get a moth. If it's not prime, then you are just going to,
Then
it's
it's
your
just
roll
base mod.
plus any bonuses that would apply to that.
Got it. Okay.
Or like wisdom bonuses.
but if
um,
it is
If it is
prime-
prime, then you add those two things plus your level and let me know that it's prime. Because
yes,
I got
my
17
wisdom is
prime.
prime.
your challenge class, the basically the number you're going to try to hit will differ because it'll be lower.
Yeah. Okay. I've got my wisdom is prime. I've got +3 to the die. I think. With the level included, so that's a 15.
Okay.
I don't know the extent of the consequences of this with a wisdom roll, but it is a prime for me, and I did in fact roll a natural 1.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second.
Wonderful.
Grace,
17.
dear
prime.
Donna. 17 prime. Okay. I figured wisdom was going to be prime for everybody. Okay. So, we'll get to that in just a minute because we get our first exploding die
Yes!
scenario.
Let's
Yay!
go.
So, Chris,
Yeah.
I need you with your natural 1. I
Mhm.
need you to roll me a d6.
Okay.
We did just receive a boon coin from Agile Monk.
Ooh.
Ooh.
A boon coin is just a
Whoa.
reroll.
Okay. Well, first we're gonna do a d6.
Yeah.
I did roll d6. I got a 4.
Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and have you, since we just got, since Agile just did a boon coin, go ahead and re-roll me that d20.
Okay.
Second one. Second one. Second
Here
one.
we go.
Here we go.
A whopping 9.
Okay.
That isn't a
So-
prime for me. in case
Yeah. So go ahead and add. So it's a 9 on the die plus add any wisdom bonus plus your level.
8 on the die plus 1 for my level. I don't have any bonuses too. I don't have
Okay.
any modifiers too.
All right. So thank you, Agile, for doing that.
Woo!
But boo for taking that away from me. So what would have happened? What would have happened without that boon reroll is that +4 would have been basically added to kind of just gives me an idea about how badly you would have failed. But
Mhm.
you were saved with a boon roll.
Woo!
So while you are trying to work out strategies, you kind of going into kind of soldier mode, and you are looking for exits. You are getting very quickly the kind of the lay of the land. You notice that you're basically on Main Street. It's the one big main corridor where everything is kind of lined up against.
Right.
There is a looks like a major road that heads out. A little bit, you go up a couple of doors, and then there's another major road that looks like it goes, out of the town, away from the town. Roughly, as far as you can figure, in the direction of, well, first you gotta get your bearings, but if this is anything like the town that you are near, it's probably would head into where everybody has their gold claims, and the mines and whatnot. There's the saloon is down a few doors down. You can now definitely hear the jaunty music. You think someone is basically getting thrown out through the doors of the saloon. There's a fight breaking out. People are just going out, but that's about it. So your mind is now honing in on all of this. So you don't really notice what the other two do. Donna and Johnny, or yeah, let's go. Donnie and Jane, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Donna and Jane. You're looking around as you're talking about your mutual hatred of frocks,
Mm-hmm.
and how absolutely awful it was, but something starts to catch your notice. A wagon comes by, and you've seen wagons, wooden wagons, with, the metal wheels, and, on the wheels and everything. You've seen them in movies, you've seen them at museums. But this is different. This appears to have, you realize that, yes, there's a horse pulling it, but you're not sure, but you think that somehow, if there was no horse pulling it, that it would still be able to go. It's almost like there's some, almost like one of those odd looking, what do they call it? Not really unicycle, but like a bicycle.
Oh,
You can
penny farthing?
see,
Like the big wheel on the front
yeah,
and then
thank you.
smaller?
That's the word I'm
Yeah.
looking for. You can kind of see some mechanisms into it. So you think
Hmm.
that this could actually go under human power if needed. Um, you start to notice that some people have in their packs, or they're wearing, like, with backpacks, but some of the backpacks seem more solid, like there's metal. You're starting to see a lot, some copper, um, and uh, you see glasses, but
Hmm.
very, they're almost like safety goggles. Um, you, when you look at, looks like there's some type of food establishment across the way, and you can see someone outside pressing on what looks to be a very large bellows that's making these big gears turn, and you can see it moving. um, it looks like racks, maybe of chicken or beef or something, over an open fire. As you look around, you're starting to see that the technology levels in this town are not quite what you would expect for something from this time period. It seems to be a little bit farther along the, in advance. And you happen to notice that a number of people are wearing some type of, or have hanging around their necks, some type of breathing mask or apparatus. Um, the ones that seem to have basically almost like an air tank or some type of mask around. A lot of them seem to also have donkeys and, or mules, or a horse, or a cart with supplies on them, who look like they've obviously been out into the wilderness, and back. They're a bit dirty and kind of unkempt. Um, it This doesn't seem like the 1850s that you know of. There's something something else going on here.
I imagine we've begun kind of like migrating in along the street. I think that the guy pointed toward like a general store, and I think that like Jane would be inclined to head that way for this like for an adjustment in clothing and things. Um, but as they're moving and kind of like taking all of this in, Jane just kind of goes, "It's a little bit techy here for the old west, isn't it?"
It does seem a little bit beyond. I'm not familiar with, I mean, this era of um machinery, but this does seem a little sophisticated. Um, I'll walk over there. Hi.
Sure.
There's somebody like operating, like people in masks like operating it, you said?
Where are you headed?
Towards like the machinery and everything like that. The where they're
Bellows.
the bellows.
Okay, so you walk across the street to, it looks like probably some kind of chow wagon, converted into a kind of a ramshackled, put like a shack attached to what was probably a covered wagon. It's kind of been, you can tell it's been kind of jury rigged together to make kind of a small eatery of sorts. You look at the device. Go ahead and give me an intelligence roll.
Sure. Can I? Is there any kind of like support I can get from my mechanical background?
You know what? I will give you an extra +2
Okay.
to that roll.
Sorry if I'm asking that. If I'm asking
No.
that too much, I just want to.
No, in this case, this is exactly what you're doing. So I'm going to have you draw on your kind of book learning smarts, your intelligence there, and we'll this is kind of in your wheelhouse. So
I got a whopping 4.
Incredible.
I am rolling buns ass this
Also,
evening.
just really quick as a note, we did get gifted 5 more boons total. So 2
Oh my
for
gosh.
Wow.
1 for Chris, 1 for Johnny, and 1 Bane for the Chronicle Keeper, which we can add at some point.
Oh wait, could I?
And don't
Sorry, go
forget, you do have your fate points.
True.
And
Fate
one
points.
of those abilities, if you want to spend a fate point, is Providence Smiles. You gain a plot break. So there's always that.
I think if
So
it's
yeah,
cool with you guys,
I got a Bane.
I think if it's cool
What?
with you guys, we can keep these ones here that we've like accumulated so far. But I think just to pitch the idea, I would like to focus on the fate points from this point on. So we'll have like keep the ones that have been gifted, but I think any that are gifted after this point, we should not use boons
Yeah.
and should focus
No
on
boons
fate
and
points.
banes. Fate.
Fair
Fated
enough.
points.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Providence Smiles, please, because I need a goddamn break.
All right. So pull this up because Providence Smiles, and I'm going to read this. This is out of the Amazing Adventures PH. This is out of the main book.
Mhm.
So if anyone's looking that up, where it describes everything, page 80. By spending a fate point, a character can gain a small plot break that helps them in some minor way. They gain an important clue that they may have overlooked. Just happens to be talking to the right person to get the information they need, or maybe have the cavalry come over the hill when they're in a hopeless situation. The player must describe exactly what the plot break is that their character gains, and the castle keeper always has the right to overrule this if they deem it improper or if they have good reason for the character to be in such a tight spot. If the plot break is overruled, the fate point is not spent. Characters can spend a point for Providence Smiles once per game session. So you are going to use Providence Smiles. That's okay, because that you can use it, and then you've got 2 other party members that could use theirs.
Oh,
So
characters. Okay, it's on a character basis, not like a
yes,
party.
it's per
Okay,
character.
okay.
Yeah, it's
I
per
didn't know it
character.
was eating it for. Okay.
Nope, nope. This is per character. So take off one fate point from your character sheet, and I would
Okay.
like for you to tell me what what is your goal? You are looking at this machinery. What are you trying to determine? What is the goal of you examining this?
So my goal is the idea is this looks a little anachronistic for the time. So we are obviously out of time ourselves. So my thought process is if there's a person who made this, it's possible that maybe they are in a similar situation to we are. And I think that what would I would like to happen is like he recognizes some of like the machine, like the intricacies, not necessarily like the whole nature of the machinery here, but
Mhm.
um, I like the idea of him just happening to talk to the right person, like the person running this or somebody who has information that might be helpful for him at this point in time. I don't know if necessarily that fits that description of like
Okay.
what I believe, but somebody who will be able to like get us on the right track essentially, if that's possible.
Okay. So you go over to this where it's obviously cooking. It's almost like a rotisserie.
Mm-hmm.
Co- excuse me, cooking multiple bits. Looks like maybe a couple of chickens. There maybe was a couple of rabbits. There's some bits of meat throughout. You're not really seeing any beef because that would be a real luxury.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a very large, just brick of a man, probably 6'4", almost as wide as he is tall. Um, and you can tell for his rather generous gut, is probably a lot of muscle. Hands, that you would definitely be worried about going up against. And he is, he pounds down on this, what seems to be a very large, uh, seems to be pushing air into some type of tubing that is running through, and he gives it 3 or 4 really hard slams into the ground, this bellow, and then he kind of steps away to talk to someone, and it keeps going, and you can hear kind of the hiss of steam as you hear the pop of the fat and everything as these meat is slowly cooking over this fire.
Mm-hmm.
He seems jovial enough, and he noticed you come over. Ah, here for some. We almost have some rabbit ready. Give
Well,
me a minute.
that sounds fantastic. I was actually just curious about the machinery you got here. This is this pneumatic?
Pneumatic? I mean, it's wind power, it's air power.
Yeah, it's the same thing. So it's there's like hydraulic and then pneumatic.
Oh, yes, yes. Had a local artisan kind of help me put it together with we kind of put our heads together and came up with this. It saves me a lot of time.
Local artisan. So okay, so you're just the cook. You're not necessarily like the guy who made this.
Well, it was kind of my design. I mean,
Oh,
the blacksmith helped me make the parts.
right.
You
I
know,
just
barrier
meant right. As far as I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood you. So you constructed this,
in part.
right?
I mean,
With the help of the artisan.
I did quite a bit of it.
It's impressive to say the least.
Thank
I just wanted
you.
to give credit where it was due.
Well, it's crude for what it is. I mean, it's no big city setup, but it does well enough for what we need out here.
I'll say I'm from New York City, and I haven't seen anything like this out there. So this is rather
Really,
impressive.
I
Yeah.
understand they have fully automated kitchens out there. I mean, this is. I still got to pump the bellows on occasion and keep the air moving. I've heard they got much more advanced stuff out in New York.
No, you still need fuel. You need people working it. You need all kinds of stuff like that. No,
Oh,
that's yeah. Is that
well,
who told you that?
Well, I mean, I myself I've been out here most of the last decade, so kind of coming
Hmm.
across, taking the trail out from Missouri. Heard
Missouri.
that there was gold, and figured I'd come out to make my fortune, and kind of am in my own way. Didn't plan on starting this here little establishment of mine, but it's when they have the coin and they have the gold, I make my cut and they get fed. So it works out.
That sounds about right. Could you direct me to the artisan? Where's he live at?
Well, I mean, it's the blacksmith. He's just down at the his shop down that way, and he kind of points you like down the street a ways.
Trying to think of the right question to ask.
What's your favorite color?
Do you like
So-
me? Yes, no, maybe.
Do you like me? Yes, no, maybe.
So this is your design though.
Well, best I could come up with, considering what materials are available out here. I mean,
With-
we're not exactly big city living and all the resources.
What could you do with better resources?
Oh, well, if I have my way, once all this kind of dies down, because that at some point, all this is all gonna bust. It always does every time. Um, but as soon as all they run out of all the gold, or I make enough money, whichever comes first, I plan on heading back a little bit more east, or maybe I'll head down to get me down to San Francisco. If I open up myself a proper kitchen, yeah, proper restaurant. Not exactly the way I thought my life was gonna go, but hey, if cooking gives me a living, I'll take it.
What's your name, stranger? Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, I guess I never introduced myself. That's a fair point. My name's William.
Bill.
Easy to remember.
His hands are just like massive, like they almost encompass yours. So
And when are you from? Sorry, what are you from? Where are you from?
well, I came out here on the
From
with all
Missouri.
the other trains out from Missouri, like.
Okay, so my character sheet has this is just on a whim. I have a trait called distrustful. So
Okay.
I have +1 on wisdom checks to detect lies and falsehoods.
Okay.
Can I see if this guy is like trying to obscure
Sure.
his knowledge or something along those lines? Just
Yeah,
see if
no,
he's
go ahead.
being forthright.
Yeah, if you'd like.
The
Let's hope your
20.
rolls get better.
We're praying. So I get plus. So I'm gonna get +2 to this now because it's a prime. So I get my level, and then I also get a +1 because of the trait. So
Right. Well,
+2.
good
Oh,
use
hooey.
of character sheet. Yay.
So that is a 12 total.
Okay. It's really kind of a low bar because you're not getting any kind of like hidden agenda. There's no
Yeah.
lies. I mean, he's genuinely just being okay. Like he's kind of found a niche in this, this mining town. That seems to be working for him, and maybe he's found a new passion. So seems to be genuinely what you see.
Okay. Has the blacksmith helped build anything else around town?
Oh yeah, yeah. Um, Ronald's he's he's busy. I mean, he's got his apprentices with him. Couple got a couple of young boys that he's been he's bringing up in the profession. It's pretty busy. I mean, between the horses, the mules going in and out. I mean, that terrain out there from where all the miners are going out um to mine their gold and get on their claims. I mean, it's a lot of work, and then keeping up with all everything in the town. I mean, if you need anything done, it could be a few weeks, but yeah,
He
he's
can
the guy
help.
to talk to.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for your help, Bill. I appreciate you talking to me about that.
Yeah.
Um,
Were you hungry? Were you here to?
we're gonna get some. I don't know if you noticed, I'm covered in mud. We're gonna get some new clothes first, and then I think we'll probably back out here to grab some food. Yeah,
Oh,
that makes sense to me.
yeah. Public bath is about 4 doors down. About just
Noted.
kind of right near the general store. You can get some clean clothes there. Get yourself a wash down, and if you're looking for pack animals, they're a little hard to come by. If you got to have the money for it. But down next to the blacksmith, does farrier, and they got stables down at the other end there. Let's see. We got the doctor's office is kind of off, headed out of town. Keeps the smell down, oof. Uh, Preacher's got a little chapel down a little bit farther, a little church, a little ways out of town. So if you need to go pray for anything before you come through, but this is it. This is pretty much the last bastion of civilization before you head wherever you're headed. Are you going to go mine? It kind of looks you up and down, and it's like, I mean, you look strong enough. You here to get your fortune like the rest of them?
Yeah, me and my sisters over there. We're out here to find our fortune. We used to be clowns out in New York. I don't know, clowns kind. Yeah, we were clowns out in New York. And we decided everyone was coming out here making a lot of money, so we wanted to come out and make a lot of money. That's what we're doing.
Well, you better get out there before, those claims are all snatched up. I mean, we've got people coming and going, and it's been crazy around here for the last few years. I'm not sure what you're going to find, but be on your lookout, because some of these miners who have been out for a while, they kind of, they don't work well with others, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, I'm gonna head back to the group now.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to leave you off there. So
Mhm.
while he's having this conversation, what are the two of you doing? You were talking about, you do notice a one of the doorways, the buildings, they're all kind of like pushed together, does have general store across it. It's a few doors down from what the barber. You now notice the little barber kind of, the red
Swirly
and
thing.
blue swirly
Yeah.
thing in the front. You're also kind of getting the lay of the land, as I described it. So you do see the saloon. You can you can hear kind of the tink 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 tink, probably from much farther down. It's fairly quiet, but so you're pretty sure it's like at the very end of this stretch of road. There are people kind of coming and going. You notice that it looks like there's probably some kind of, it says bathhouse across it, near one side. So what are you two doing?
Clothes.
Clothes, I suppose.
Looking for clothes. Are there any obvious like clothing stores or tailors?
Or would the general store be it?
Yeah.
You take a quick look. You're pretty sure that, yeah, the general store is probably the best you got.
Surely they have something.
If your skirt's too long, I'll just rip it off and
We'll sew it into pants. It'll be fine.
yeah. I'd rather look like a whore than like a proper lady.
Well, that's something we have in common.
You hear from behind you as you're saying that, you hear, oh my God. Poor woman in a bonnet basically makes a beeline, like away from you as quickly as possible, like completely turns and goes,
From the sight of
crosses
shoulders.
crosses the road,
We're
goes to
godless
the other
heathens.
side.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
You see her
go into the
cross
general
herself.
store.
Yeah, let's go to this store and try and poke around. As
Okay.
like we walk in, Jane like stops fully and then just kind of looks at Donna and is kind of like, "Do we have any money that they'll take?"
No, but not everyone barters in money. Come on.
Sure. All right.
You walk into the general store, and it's actually reasonably large. And you're pretty sure that's probably because it has a bit of everything. You're pretty sure this is kind of the supply hub of this town. You have looks like mining supplies on along one wall. You axes and pickaxes and shovels and little the the little sluice uh pieces. There are some shelves that hold, it looks like, pants and shirts, just very basic stuff. There are places with cans of food. You have dried sacks and bins of food, supplies, basic supplies. The big shelf behind the large counter in front of you has all these, pretty much anything that you could look for.
Mm-hmm.
I would like both of you to give me wisdom checks, please.
You got it, Kim.
Oh, that's not good. That's a 4 prime. Plus nothing. Or
I
guess
got a
plus 1.
9 prime.
Mm. Well,
Girls be
I'm gonna
shopping.
use. So I'm actually going to pull one of those boons that Agile gave us, because one of the things is you're looking around and kind of taking all of this in.
Yeah.
Two things stand out. The first is that the proprietor, very obviously the proprietor, is talking to a customer from behind this very long low counter, and the he's very obviously a miner. Kind of, again, that kind of, you're getting that feel, like all these kind of clothes and kind of the bedraggle, and he's got supplies, it looks like, um that he is paying for. But the little device that's being used as the proprietor is taking the gold dust, that this guy has given him a little pouch and he's weighing it out. You can see that this is not just your average weight system, where it would be the cold on one side and the little weights to figure out what it is on the other. No, this looks like it's almost, you would think maybe magnetic, or some type of magnetic force, where the plate is on top of a device that's humming very quietly, and as the powder is kind of sprinkled out onto this, you can see it kind of fall, and you see numbers, a little gauge kind of go as it does. You could tell it's definitely some kind of scale, but you don't see how this top piece, this top flat metal round piece that the powder is on, the gold dust is on, there's nothing underneath it. Like, there's nothing between the two devices. You can see just right through.
Hmm.
But you can tell it's powered. So that catches your eye. The second thing that catches your eye is hanging up on a wall, kind of leaning up against the wall on a shelf behind the counter. Something that looks very, very familiar, but in this case, it's all in one piece. The wires are properly put where they're supposed to. The copper tubing seems to be intact, not dented. The gauges that are on the front, there are three, and all of them appear to be in working order. the wood is not splintered or scratched. And from what you can tell, there seem to be two leather straps. They're kind of off to the side, but it almost looks like a backpack. And on one side, there's an attachment, what looks to be some type of piping, some kind of tube pipe with almost like a funnel, copper funnel end. This device looks very, very familiar, but a lot cleaner and a lot more intact.
I grabbed Jane by the shirt.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Do I hit it? Do I hit it again?
No, don't touch it just yet. We don't want to like cause these people some issues.
Questions first.
We ask about it. Yeah.
Okay. Clothes first, after order of operations. I'm scrambled.
I got it. And then Jane like walks forward and starts to stands in line, picks up after the miner finishes the transaction. Just kind of goes, howdy there.
Howdy. How can I help you?
We're us two were from back east. They dress a little less conservatively up there, and we want to fit in, and so we were wondering if you had anything might help us blend in a little bit better.
Clothing's on that rack over
Gotcha.
there.
All right.
I don't have any. I mean, they're just dungarees and shirts.
Oh, that's fine for me. I clearly. But I also had a question. What's that there? What is that? Never seen that before.
Oh, that? Huh. That is the newest in modern day technology.
Oh, do you have like a little like a salesman pitch to give me?
Well, I don't know. How's your money?
It's a little tighter than I'd like right now, but something to shoot for, right?
And he kind of looks at you for a minute. You can tell he's kind of sizing you up. Yeah, I don't know. Are you headed out to a claim?
That's the goal. Yeah, our brother is currently talking to the very very tall man with the food shack out there, and getting some information on some things. But we're from out east and trying to come stake a claim, see if we can make our money and distribute the wealth, right?
They got a lot of beasties out there. You got to fight them off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See, you got to protect yourself.
Of course.
Well, that there is the latest in neutralizing sonic transmittable radio wave technology.
Oh, this radio wave technology, huh?
Might have
How
to
does-
use
how-
some
Absolutely.
simpler words for a simple mind.
How does that all work? Does it shoot? You know, or is it kind of like a sound or what?
It shoots, it sucks, it blasts, it does whatever you need.
Wow, that's incredible. And do you trade primarily in that gold dust I saw that gentleman using here, or do you take other trades?
Gold dust, gold rocks, whatever has some value.
Uh,
What if we were to trade you a technological marvel from New York in exchange for your technological marvel here?
From New York City.
mhm.
Got to admit, it could be of interest if I think I could, maybe interest somebody else later on. What do you got?
This is called the Donna Truitt, and she procures her
Oh,
iPhone
shit.
16. Now, this obsidian glass cube rectangle might not look like much, but with just the press of a very small button on the side, the screen comes to life.
And he clicks it. Oh,
Oh my god, trouble. Sorry.
what's it do
It can
besides light everything? I mean, that's an interesting light.
it can capture images, anything that you're looking at. You can press a button and it'll capture the image forever.
Oh, can you show me?
Yeah, here. Get next to me. She
Take
takes a
a
selfie.
selfie.
She texts it to
They
herself
really are.
and then gives it.
You realize that your texting probably isn't going to
Yeah.
work just
Right, right,
because
right.
there's no internet service here.
But you have
but
the picture.
but the picture is on the phone.
Yeah.
So you take a selfie and you show it to him, and he's, oh,
And
wow.
that's not all.
I've heard those newfangled cameras were getting smaller, but I had no idea.
It's my own invention. Furthermore, if you click on this little square here on the screen, it'll open up what's called, in New York, a video game. It's called Raid Shadow Legends.
Fucking shut up.
You can select different heroes.
Incredible. I
So the
can't believe
question
you
is,
introduced me
does
to
that
apps.
game connect to the internet?
I don't know.
Oh, true.
Ooh.
I think,
So
yeah. But yeah,
Balatro.
Balatro.
May I
May I
may I
submit?
use a boon to change what Grace said to Balatro?
you really want? Excuse me, if you really want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rescue me.
Anyway,
You pull up. I don't know.
it also
Oh,
does
oh.
have a calculator, which I think is something that
Yeah. Okay. So
find
here you go.
useful.
I'm gonna say this.
She
You
says
try
a
to pull up the
medley of
game,
apps.
and you realize that obviously a lot of our technology connects to the internet, and of course there's no internet at this point. So he notices like the the little symbol for the calculator, and you pulled that up,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, oh, that makes things so much easier. Oh, that's fantastic. What can I get you? You know what? You said you're starting out new, new
Quite
playing,
new.
Brand new, yeah.
Brand new.
Okay, let me get you. I'll help you. You're gonna need, yes,
Some clothes,
clothes.
perhaps.
So he basically starts going through the store, and he pulls out some pants, shirt, and then he grabs a couple of sacks, like pack sacks.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And he just starts grabbing a few some cans and some basic supplies that you would find, things to eat, a couple of tin dishes with a quick a knife. But one of the things you notice as he's going through all of this is he pulls a couple of these masks, these kind of breathing apparatus masks, off the shelf. And he also picks out what you see written on the side, radiation poisoning kit.
Mm.
And he pulls a couple of those and he puts one into each of the sacks looks like you can tell he's kind of putting together sacks for both of you. He asks some questions as you go through, but generally he's just kind of grabbing stuff, and then he kind of starts bringing it up and piling it on top of the table, the front counter.
Yeah.
And it's about that point when he's looking at your iPhone again, and kind of getting a feel for how to open it, and then you show him the flashlight, which he loves. The flashlight and the calculator alone to him are everything. And that is when that is when your third comes into the space, and this is where you find a pile of stuff on top of a counter.
Will, just in time.
Hi there.
Hey, I this looks like it's fruitful.
For all
Has been
parties.
so far.
It's
We might
commerce.
we might have to check in with the blacksmith, I think.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Seems like a good move.
But this is great. I got some clothes.
We
What?
should probably get changed, get washed up.
Yeah, there's a public bath actually, not
Oh, surely?
not far from
Okay.
here.
That's great, actually.
So
What about the machine? Should we try to purchase the machine?
All right, is the machine
my
kind
God.
of being added to the
This
pile?
point, that's oh my god.
Is the machine added to the pile?
Oh, you know what that is? I heard it's like this man was telling us it's a really cool piece of technology, just like all this cool stuff and junk.
Yes, the monster neutralizing sonic transmittable radio wave device. Yes.
Is that part of the stuff that we're like purchasing?
He Oh, did you still want that? Then
If possible, if you'd be willing, if that feels like a fair trade to you.
uh well, I'll tell you what. This is a lot, but if when you get your first goal, I'll start an account here, and you just come back in and bring your goal when you get it here,
Sure.
and I'm sure we can settle accounts.
Alrighty.
sounds
He kind of goes back, and he's using the calculator to kind of quickly add things up, and you see him take out a book, and he starts to write stuff in the book.
I give him my
You're pretty
phone
sure he's
charger,
probably
so-
documenting
There's-
the inventory of everything he's giving you, and approximate costs and whatnot. So that takes him a few minutes. So
Alright,
as you
I have a-
look over, oh, go
I have a
ahead.
potentially problematic question about the
Yeah.
iPhone.
Yeah.
What's the battery at on
Yeah.
that bad boy?
I was gonna say she does procure also the charger to give to him.
Right.
She always has her
Great.
charger on her.
Yeah. What are you plugging that into?
It's electricity. They'll figure it out.
Give it a couple years. Sorry, I just thought that was funny.
Yeah. It was
It's on
like,
like 2%.
Oh, I think she knows. I think she knows very much what she's doing on that.
Oh,
yeah,
for sure.
okay.
So you guys all come. You come to an agreement. You settle the accounts, and now you have this pile of stuff, including clothes and everything else, and you have the machine, the monster neutralizing sonic transmittable radio wave device, otherwise known as the monster device. So the way this looks, it has patina green brass accents. Reminds you of some strange combination of a treasure chest and a locomotion machine. The pipes covered with protective tanned hide twist and turn along the sides of the barrel body, adding to the bulkiness of the device, which is, now that you can see the device in total and in one piece, you realize that those leather straps are exactly that. They are straps. This is supposed to be worn like a backpack. There's also a waist belt that was missing from what you saw before. So that kind of seems to balance it out on whoever may be wearing this. There are glass panels covered by hinge glass window dials, knobs, and gauges, allowing you to turn. And you can see that there is a little knob that seems to indicate maybe power. You're pretty sure, but there's lots of little bells and whistles kind of all over this thing. The hose, there is a flexible leather hose that extends from one end, ending with a brass funnel, which the one piece of advice that the proprietor, as you leave the general store, says, never point that at yourself or anyone you hold dear.
The hose.
The hose with the funnel at the end.
Is it
Roger
like
that.
a Ghostbuster? Is it like a Ghostbuster pack? That's
It-
what I'm. That's the vision
Yeah,
I'm
the
getting in
vibe
my
I'm getting
mind.
is Ghostbuster pack.
Also, give me 1 second. I can still hear, but I'm gonna step to the
Okay.
side for just a
Okay.
second.
Yeah, got you.
Real quick. Where did you get this?
Oh, came on a shipment a couple of weeks ago. Always looking for new stuff to purchase. So this, wandering merchant, just making his rounds came through, and I just couldn't resist. I always
Those
love a new gadget.
those fetching wandering merchants
Do you have
He-
like
selling
a?
us time travel devices.
He
Do you,
points out one of the knobs. It's a little switch on one side. He points out that that's where what turns it on. That the dials can be gauged for power usage. This is how many charges it has. Then when he points to the gauge that has the 0 to 10.
yeah.
So he points out the power gauge. He flips it on, uh, and you can see it goes immediately to 10. The it kind of hums to life when he flips it on. And he said he points to a button on the end of the hose. He points to a couple of the dials, and he goes, never point this at anyone that you don't want anything bad to happen, or yourself. But if you do, you point deliberately and push that button. It's like a gun. So
Yep.
The
be
hose is
careful
always
with
loaded.
it. And this little gauge, and you can see that gauge, that was the kind of that long, skinny little window along one side. You'll see if you got what you need, it'll be right there. But remember, after 10, you got to charge it back up. So
Okay.
at least that's what the merchant told me. So
All right, that's what he said.
Do you
good
happen
luck
to know
to you.
where? Do you happen to know where that merchant went?
Oh, he came through weeks ago. Probably headed towards San Francisco or up north. I think he was headed out towards I think he was headed north towards the next town. It's at least a couple of days away. I'm sure he made it. Hopefully. I mean, as long as the buzzards or well,
Yeah, hopefully.
as long as
nobody
nothing got him, let's just say that.
Yeah.
Do buzzards
do-
hunt people?
Dead one.
That's right. You're from New York City. Just be careful of the wildlife. It's
Mhm.
not the friendliest.
I was also gonna ask, what are these masks about?
Oh, be careful. The radiation does sometimes and has bad pockets out there.
Interesting.
Radiation, huh?
And
Have
the
you ever-
arachnopedes. Run. Just
Arachnopedes? Jesus.
yeah. But good luck to you. Bring back
Thanks.
lots of gold.
Oh yeah, we'll sure try.
There's gonna be spiders.
Apparently, from the sound of the words there, it's actually a combination of horrible things. So don't even worry about it.
Okay, so that merchant has long moved on. I think we have to go back to the mine.
I think that's our only option here.
I
We
think
disappeared
it's
from
the-
there.
Yeah, that's the best goal. I thank you so much. What's your name, by the way?
Oh, Harold.
Nice to meet you,
Harold.
Harold. My name's Jane. This is my friend Donna, and or sorry, my
relation.
sister Donna, and but it's just whatever, and basically sisters. And this is my brother Will.
I am Will.
It's nice
Good
to
luck
meet you.
out
Thank
there.
you for taking care of us. Thank you for taking such good care and getting us all
Well,
this neat stuff.
I know if my women folk had to go out and go for the gold, it's I'd want to make sure that they were cared for.
That's very sweet of you. We'll try and stay
You
safe.
seem like
and
good
come
people.
back. You seem
Yeah.
like good people, Harold. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna put my hands on everybody's shoulders, and just kind of like come in for a huddle real quick, just like pull away from the conversation. Guys, I'm beginning to get the feeling this guy's not a feminist.
I didn't quite like how he said women. So.
Jane just like kind of like elbows him and is like, "Thank you so much for your kindness. We'll be sure to get out of your hair and come back with some of that gold, huh?"
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds fantastic. I'd appreciate that.
Of course.
Good luck to you. And he's like going back to like playing around with the iPhone. You're pretty sure he's probably going to drain it by the morning. Huh?
He finds like the old 3D pinball that came on every Windows machine for a while.
Yeah.
At the beginning.
Man, the guy, my Hinge date from last week is going to be really upset. That was his phone.
You don't have any pictures on there that people aren't supposed to see, do you?
It's not my phone. I don't know what he has.
Oh.
I'm sorry, did you just pawn off a stolen phone?
Stolen, borrowed, it's all commerce. It's the flow of commerce.
Property is also inherently theft.
Property is theft, that's what I'm saying.
You don't like owning things and having nobody else able to own them or touch them if you don't want to?
Ownership's derived through violence.
And laws are threats.
Yeah.
Like
anyway, we should get to the mine.
And we've changed and like put on the clothes and stuff.
Yeah.
I assume.
Go to the
showered, or
go to the bath.
Mm-hmm.
Get nice and clean.
As clean as you can in this environment.
To the mines.
To the mines.
Hey.
Yeah, I think we're headed out. Woohoo.
Alrighty. So you head out of the the store. You're looking around and it's pretty clear where the roads go. Mm-hmm. So this is one long main street. You either go from the way you came and head out of town. You go to the end of the street. You could probably go around the little church that's at the end of the street and just keep on going down that road, or you take the main road that looks like it's heading up into the hills.
It's got to be the hills.
Probably the hills, yeah.
Better vantage point anyway.
There's gold in them there hills, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I need everyone to make me a con check, though.
Woo!
Before you do that, I need everyone to make me a con check.
Okay. Hey, guess who's got +1 to Constitution-based saves because they're rugged? It's me.
How convenient.
7 total secondary.
Okay.
14 total secondary.
And this dice are going in dice jail.
I rolled a 6 + 3 secondary.
Jeez, Chris.
Wow, nobody is doing well. So as you are heading out of town, all 3 of you just start to feel you don't know if it's maybe something that you're smelling in the air. The taste, kind of this metallic taste, kind of hits your tongue a little bit. And for just a moment, all of you feel very queasy. And you all take 2 points of damage as you are kind of now feeling a bit sick.
I was gonna say, I think I was wanting to put on the mask and stuff before we like hit the waists, but I understand I did not say that.
You do notice a few people wearing masks as they are heading out of town. You can see them kind of placing. Not everyone is. You do see some are, some aren't.
Mhm.
You, yeah,
Yeah, Jane does put on the mask.
okay.
Donna will follow suit.
Same here.
Oh, this is Vegas all over again.
All right. And you head out into the area,
Empire Hills.
into the hills.
Into the hills.
All right.
That's where the cannibals live, right?
You don't, um, you can see the hills and, not too far away from you. So it's a pretty straight shot, and you can kind of see people moving in that direction and then kind of splitting off. Probably everybody going to wherever they feel either their claim is or where they feel they're going to get lucky. You head out. It takes you probably maybe about an hour and a half out of town till you get into the foothills of the area. You the Oh, that's right. You don't think you stopped to get any mules, so you're carrying everything. Everything's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Uh, but you are managing, so because you're all pretty strong and in shape.
I happily take off whatever little miss hooligan down there can't carry.
Hey, me and my 11 strength. Don't talk to me or my 11 strength ever again.
All of you kind of, it's a little hard to kind of make a determination, but this place does seem a little familiar. Some of the landscape
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
feels a little familiar. You're pretty sure you're at least in some of the general area that you were in with before.
Gotcha.
Oh, let the kitty out. Gotta
Gotta
let the kitty out.
Gotta do it.
Gotta do it. I have two of my own, so I get it. All right. So no, you're fine. I have two of my own. I totally get it. I can show you the claw marks one gave me because I didn't let them out. I didn't get up fast enough to feed them the other morning. Oh yeah, he didn't mean to. He was just climbing over me, but he's 18 pounds and it's nuts. So you get up, you kind of follow the main part of the trail. By this point, pretty much the foot traffic has kind of subsided and you're roughly on your own. There is looks like a very small wooden sign off to one side that says, "Welcome to the Golden Hills." And then underneath, someone has put like a skull of some animal. Kind of on top of it in some sick juxtaposition. Doesn't make you feel as welcoming as it should.
Cool.
The mountains rise steeply on either side as you make your way up into the hill area. The rugged beauty is both daunting and awe-inspiring. Though you are concerned. So how the two of you said you had masks on. Am I assuming that Will, you did not?
Oh no, I absolutely put my
You did?
no. Yeah.
Okay. And that's a good thing. Because a little bit of the smell, this kind of burning smell, very light, kind of filters through the air that you are breathing. And you're pretty sure that if you did not have the mask on, it would be incredibly acrid. But you do have the mask on, so you should be okay. You head up into and follow the trail. The trail narrows as it enters, and it splits off into a couple of different paths. You hear, as you turn a corner, you hear the flapping of wings. And as you kind of come into a more open spot, surrounded on all sides by mountains, you see what is left of probably a very dead tree. There's no leaves. Most of the small branches are gone. It's very ominous looking. And on the branches that are left, you see about 4 birds, very large birds. But the birds are not entirely what throw you, as you see what was it? You see 9 pairs of eyes turn to look at you as you come into this open clearing. On one side, you hear the bubbling of a small spring that you're pretty sure is steaming. You have to move through this area to get to where the path continues on the other side. And 9 pairs of eyes look, red eyes looking down at each of you.
Shoo.
Not nine pairs of eyes, 18 eyes on 6 bird bodies. Is that what I'm meant to understand?
You take a quick look and you realize of 4 birds, 3 of which have 2 heads each, and a third one, the last one, the 4th one, has 3.
Great. Nice.
Who
Cool.
has the monster device on them? Who's
I-
carrying that currently?
I feel like I would have given it to you,
To me?
to Will. Yeah.
Donna's not carrying it.
I have a gun. I don't give a shit.
I have a gun hidden, but you wouldn't be aware.
Yeah, I
of
don't
my
know
gun.
that.
I'm gonna turn that thing on, and if they move towards us, I'm just gonna start blasting.
So anyway, I started blasting.
So anyway.
So you flip the switch and you hear the familiar power up.
What are we doing, guys?
Well, we
They're-
gotta keep moving,
They're
so.
not friendly, probably.
I would assume not.
Go on now. Let's see your aim.
I mean, I'll do it. I shoot one.
Okay.
Then
And
I-
you grab the funnel and you point it very deliberately at one of the birds. And we are now in initiative. So please roll
Woo!
mid initiative. And I'm gonna look up that character sheet.
That's a D10.
Do you mind if I take a quick bio break real quick before we get into combat?
Absolutely.
Just so I can have a clear head and bladder.
Let's go ahead and roll me initiative, and then we can take just a quick minute.
Just a
And I
second,
will
yeah.
mute us for real. when we do that.
I got a 4 for initiative.
I got a 7.
I thought it was a 7, but it was just a 1.
Oh, whoa.
Verified.
All right.
Okay. All right. We're
All
all
right.
right. Little fiver.
Yep.
All right. We'll be right back. We're back and
Howdy,
we have
John.
sound.
How does John?
We for sure
Hello.
have sound.
Ooh.
And welcome,
Oh, yeah.
Raiders.
Flying Orc,
Welcome,
thank you so
Raiders.
much.
Thank you.
Welcome
Thank you
in.
for
Thank you so
raiding.
much
We
for
are
raiding.
playing. We are playing Amazing Adventures. This is the Gold Rush of Doom. This is kind of an entry level scenario to Amazing Adventures. Our players, our characters, I should say, the players' characters, have been found themselves blasted back into approximately 1850s California gold rush era, about 1856 to be exact, and they are trying to some kind of alternate form where it seems that because of all of the digging up for, and blasting for gold, radiation has been released. So this is kind of an alternate timeline. But let's find out what happens, because our characters have finally arrived at they're in the hills. They are headed back towards the mine that they were at when the explosion hit, and have found themselves come face to face with four rather large multi-headed vultures, as a matter of fact, that they are going to shoot with the very special monster device and see what happens, because they weren't given instructions with it. They didn't ask for instructions. So we're gonna find out what happens when this and we have rolled initiative. The birds rolled a 14, so the birds are gonna go first.
Oh my gosh.
Followed by Jane, followed by Will.
D10.
They have pluses.
Oh,
my
fine.
goodness.
Yes, but they have. Nope, they still go ahead of you guys because that's a 9. You guys rolled
Unfortunate.
terrible. They are not
We did
rolling
roll
well.
bad.
Our players are
rolled
unfortunately
garbage.
It's okay.
So bad.
Birds first, then Jane will go, then Will, then Donna is bringing up the rear with that 1. All right. Here we go. So 4 multi-headed, more than likely, as you look at these birds, one of them stretches out its wings, and you can see both of the heads, they start to squawk at you as they see you raise the end of the monster device up. You can tell from the feathers, they're not looking nice and clean and flat. No, you can see patches on the birds that seem to be missing chunks of feathers. The feathers look very, very rough. You can tell probably also by the glowing red eyes and the kind of sickly look around their beaks that the radiation that surrounds in this area has definitely been affecting them. And one is going to swoop right towards the shiny funnel part of this device, right at you.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh.
This lovely mutated vulture. It is going to attack with its talons and a beak. And I'm sure a 15 hit you.
I think so. So there's 2 scores in my AC. I have an 11 and a 16.
Okay. I think, oh yeah, that's the one that's not. So your AC is 16.
Okay.
The one in the small, the one in the small box is your base, and then the larger one in the main part of the shield on your character sheets, the higher number is the one with anything added into it, like armor and other bonuses.
Gotcha.
So a 15.
Mm-hmm. Well, that'll miss, right? Because I have a 16 AC.
That will miss. Yes.
Cool.
Okay. So it's kind of flaps its way over to you, and it's more looks like it's trying to claw around it, and it just, you get a feeling that maybe the radiation has affected its eyesight or its ability to move fully, but it just grazes past you. All right, Jane, you are first up.
I my 9 millimeter has a just a 10-foot range, and so I'd like to take a shot at one of these flyers as they like swoop close, if possible. We'll pop the holster and pull it out, train on.
Okay.
Take the shot.
Go ahead and give me a shot. Give me an attack roll.
That's a 13 on the die plus 4 is 17.
And that will hit.
Gorgeous. A D10 of damage for 1 whole damage.
Isn't
Let's
it always
go.
the way?
Yeah, the rate of fire is 3. Does that mean I get 3 shots as part of the same action? Or
So rate of fire, so 3 shots.
and I also don't know what recoil does in this context.
So you have which one?
So I have the 9 millimeter pistol. It's got 10-foot
Okay.
range, 3
Let me bring up your
recoil,
character sheet.
and 3 ROF.
Okay. Let me bring.
It's a revolver.
There it is. Yeah. And I don't actually have that on this list.
Do you see my message? Did you see my message?
So we're just gonna go. So you got the 1 shot. Go ahead and take a second shot.
Sure. For sure. That's a natural 20.
Okay.
Let's
So-
go, dude.
Woo!
Let's
What
go,
happens?
dude.
Roll. So I need you to roll me a d6.
Okay. That's a 6. I'm fully not joking.
Roll a second d6.
That's a 3.
Okay. So you're gonna add 6 and 3. So that's 9. So we're gonna add 9. Go ahead and add all of your other bonuses. Anything else that would add to that roll, add it all up.
For
this is
the
gonna-
and that's just for the attack roll, right?
Mhm.
That's a 33 total.
Okay. Well, it's a nat 20, so it's automatically going to hit.
Gorgeous.
So here's what I'm gonna do on this. I'm not even gonna have you roll damage.
Okay.
You turn, you take your first shot, and it hits the one that's kind of flapping away. Were you shooting at that same one again, or were you shooting at a different one?
I think that it's like I think she'd follow it until it's like out of like range, so to speak, and then take
Okay.
aim at a closer one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's what happens. You take your first shot. You think you clip the wing
Yeah.
on your first shot. It does it. You see a few feathers kind of and kind of start to fall down. It banks like it's gonna come around for
Mhm.
another pass, and you line up your shot, and you look. Your gun lets the bullet go, and it streams through, and it comes in, and just as it meets, this thing goes.
They do
Feathers
that.
explode. The body explodes. The feathers fly
That's what we live
everywhere.
for.
The heads kind of and it's an explosion like you have never seen. And then the feathers just kind of start, the last of the feathers slowly float down on the air.
The two of
And-
you like watch as like and you like watch her eyebrows go up with the mask on. She's just like and then she like just readies for kind of next round. I think that's her turn.
That's it.
Yeah.
We're gonna call it there. That was totally worth doing.
Very nice.
So we Will,
Hi.
you have this thing trained and out and ready to shoot. One has just exploded in a ball of feathers and bits and pieces. And actually, I'm going to
Look at all the viscera just showering.
We love
Yep.
viscera. It's like
How
gifts from the
nice.
sky.
A piece of the viscera kind of flies out, and unfortunately, once again, Donna gets smacked on the shoulder this time with a piece of something, maybe a liver or spleen or some piece with a couple of feathers stuck to it.
Can we say that it
Lands
goes all the
with
way
a
like down the
with
front,
a plop on your shoulder.
Like,
Yes.
just like a stripe?
All right. Will, your original
So-
target is now toast or
Okay.
poof.
That's the one that was attacking me, correct?
That was the one that flew at you, but there are still 3 more, and
Yeah.
all of them at that shot are now kind of whoo, and they're all making noise, and the wings are starting to come up, and they are really kind of
So I don't know if this thing explodes or if it targets one thing. So I'm gonna target one like in the center of their group, like try to get like a centrally located one, even if it is like not necessarily the closest one to me. And hit that one to see if it like bursts or something like that.
okay.
That's what I'll do.
You aim this thing at one vulture number 2.
Okay.
And you press the button, and you hear this and this ball of you get this sense like this blast of some kind of like sonic energy. You can feel it come forth. There's nothing really to see, but you almost feel it, and it kind of hits into one of the birds that's on this like some kind of amusement park, shooting range.
Yeah.
I would like you to roll me a d8.
D8. Okay. Come on. That's a 3.
Okay, and so it's going to be the d8 plus 2. So 3, so 5.
5 total.
Okay. As this ball of unseen, you're not sure if it's air or sound or something, seems to hit this thing, and it kind of and some feathers fly off of it, and it starts to it's chattering away. Its 2 heads are squawking loudly as whatever it was slams into this bird, and it kind of sends it kind of reeling back a bit on the branch that you can see its talons dig even farther into the dead wood as it tries desperately to hold itself onto the branch. Just barely is able to do that. Yeah, just barely.
Awesome.
So that, I'm going to say right now, that is what is the slam attack. It is a d8 plus 2 in damage.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay. That's
Got
what
it,
you
got
know
it.
so far.
So there's different attacks.
You do, I'm going to give this to you with using one of those boons that was given earlier. You realize that there is that dial, the second dial on the back.
Oh, yeah.
That seem to have a few different options. So you could turn the dial to maybe do different things.
Mm-hmm.
The businessman said point and shoot. I point and shoot. That's that.
I
It
pointed,
works.
I shot.
It just works.
It just
All right.
works.
And
Just
that's going to be your attack this round.
Yep.
Donna,
Hello.
what are you doing? You have two very agitated birds and a third agitated bird that kind of is clinging on for dear life onto this
Okay.
this dead wood. What are you doing?
First, I have a little like thing. This is an out of character, out of game thing. I
Yeah.
now have a hard out at 7:30.
Okay.
My situation just
Gotcha.
changed a little bit. I'm so sorry if that's okay.
Got you, no worries.
All right. So we'll make this one short and sweet because we got to get to the rest of it. So I'm just
Okay.
I'm so
just
sorry.
letting you know I'm going to shorten this up, but you definitely still have a turn to go.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot for the same one that's like injured right now. Just gonna like blam. I've
The
got
one that's
a,
barely holding on.
Yeah. I
You
don't know
have
if
a
I
fucking
mentioned,
gun?
She has a purse, and in the purse is a gun. She pulls it out.
Okay. All
Blam.
right.
Of course, I have a gun.
Do you have a concealed carry? I don't. You know what?
It's
Don't answer.
commerce. It's commerce.
We're
I'm
not-
just.
We're not in my time period where I could prosecute you. I don't fucking care.
I'm supporting the free flow of bullets through the air. It's commerce.
Yeah, that's how that works for sure. I thought ownership was theft, so owning that gun is actually stealing from the people.
I don't own this gun. You can try to take it from me.
Saucy. It's good stuff.
I rolled a natural 18, plus 3,
Okay.
so 21.
Yep, that will definitely hit.
Yes. And that's a D8 for damage.
Damage.
It's an 8.
No way.
I swear, I'm not just trying to speed things along. It's
Nice,
my glass
okay.
dice, but it says 8. I swear.
Okay.
That's
So you pull the trigger and it's on the one that is really trying to kind of cling on to this branch, and it takes off one of the heads. The other one, some feathers kind of fly, and the other one kind of lets go of the branch and starts to flap. It can't quite get itself where it needs to go,
he's
but it
special.
is listing. It's listing, and it is trying to fly away. The other two have heard once again another shot ring out, and it's loud, and they squawk as they flap, and they head off and away out of this small little canyon that you have found yourself in.
They're just canceled.
And soon you hear the squawking quiet in the distance, and then peace comes to this canyon again.
That was efficient.
It's a good shot.
This thing is terrifying.
You are terrifying with it.
Yeah.
Excellent shooting.
It was rather good.
Okay. So we keep going, right?
That's I
think
mean
so.
we gotta get home, right? And like what if we disassembled this damn thing to be in the same condition that like it happened like the first time? What do you is that what we do? What do we do
What
when we
if-
We
get
should have
there?
asked the shopkeep if there was any button or knob that would send someone forward in time. Perhaps.
I don't get the
I don't-
impression that's this thing's purpose, though.
Yeah, I think that's an accidental kind of thing.
And I
Something
don't
happened
think
on
this-
accident to us.
Yeah.
Everyone give me a con check, please.
Okay.
Or
Can do. Can
Oh
do.
my god, 9.
Pain, dude.
Plus
suffering.
1 for a total of 10.
Anarchy.
Yeah. And I don't think anybody has this as prime, so.
Is
Nope,
this
not prime, but I did roll a nat 20.
Hey!
is this a saving throw?
Okay.
Is this like a disease, energy drain, poison saving throw?
It is
Or
a
is this
con
just-
save, yes.
Okay.
So if you are asking, yes, these should be for
Oh,
saving
okay.
throws.
Because they have like I have different things for like
Yep.
different kinds of saves. Yeah.
Yep. So
Okay,
Oh,
then.
yeah, I've got-
Sorry
I've
if
got-
I did not make that clear. I apologize.
You-
But
no,
no
you're
worries.
good. It's hard to
So,
like
yeah, this
know
is a
how to
con.
do the
This is the
thing.
con save.
Oh, I think I understand now. Okay.
So is
Yeah,
the
no.
but is the category disease, energy drain, or poison?
It's just it's in a line. It's the line. Its constitution includes things like this, and this is the
Disease,
saving
energy
throw.
drain, exhaustion, fatigue,
Wisdom
poison,
is mind
transformation.
affecting, gaze,
I
petrification.
understand. Okay, I
Wisdom is
understand.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm tracking. There's
So-
they mapped it. They did a thing. They were smart about it.
So, Chris, go ahead
10.
and roll me a d6 anyway.
Yep. D6. A buoy. That is a 1.
Okay.
I got it.
So
10.
20
Just give me an idea of how well you did. Okay.
24
So if
total.
Can I use a fate die?
so what'd you get, John? Sorry.
Can I use a fate die to like increase my roll? Is that's something I can do? Right?
Actually, there you go. Using that, you can yes, because you can use a point on just made it. Just made it will give you an automatic succeed at a saving throw.
Just made it automatically succeed. One fate point to automatically succeed must be spent before the character rolls the well, alright. If the character rolls the saving throw and fails, they may still use just made it, but this requires the expenditure of 2 phases. So I've rolled, but I don't know if I failed yet. So is that
Right.
one or two? I feel like
So
if
I will
Are we in one
I will allow
territory?
you the benefit of the doubt as we are
okay.
together for a very short amount of time. So I'm going to give you the benefit. So take the better option.
Thank you. I will
You're
use one
welcome.
fate point to succeed.
I am a kind and
on
benevolent
You really are.
castle keeper.
Truly. A
You're a
generous
rare
god.
breed.
Come play with me at a con. You might reconsider.
Very cool. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think if that's it says I have 10 of them. I will use one, so I'm down to 9.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You are welcome. All right. Okay,
Alrighty.
so you will automatically succeed in that. So, unfortunately, Donna
I'm not feeling
Grace,
so good, Mr. Stark.
you feel the need to empty whatever you might still have left in your stomach. So you turn around and go off to a small corner and lift your mask just in time to allow those contents to exit your body in a swift and expedited manner. It's going to make breathing in that mask even so much more fun due to the breath on top of everything else. You are definitely getting a very metallic taste in your mouth. And when you take the mask off, just for that brief time, the acrid nature of what you do breathe is horrible. It makes a second heave occur, and you kind of spit it out and quickly put your mask back on. All of you realize something at this point, and I'm just going to give this to you.
Mm-hmm.
You realize that because you are probably not from this point in time and space, potentially, that this, whatever this radiation is, you have no natural immunity to it. You realize that your time is probably limited, and it's going to continue to affect you as it gets worse and worse as you are more and more poisoned by whatever is going on in this area.
Sure.
So you know that time is becoming a factor.
Okay.
God, this is Vegas all over again.
I really need to hear this Vegas story at some point.
You
Yeah,
keep talking about
sure.
Vegas.
Because that sounds like a really cool story. All right, what are you all doing? The path, there are a couple paths. They continue onward on the other side of this kind of canyon opening, clearing. It's kind of small. Or you can go back and take your chances. I don't know. What do you want? What do you want to do?
We
Forward,
gotta.
onward, upward.
Yeah, we gotta. We're limited on time. We gotta keep moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm gonna die, it's gonna be in the pursuit of home.
Yeah.
There you go. I like your enthusiasm.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna die, it's gonna be with a poisoned martini in Vegas, as I
Yes.
lived.
Right. Who poisoned your
All right.
martini? Was it the guy you stole the phone from?
His name was
Legally,
Martini.
no one knows.
Allegedly.
Who can
Always
say?
put the word allegedly.
Always
Okay.
say in Minecraft.
In
In
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
The three of you move on. You continue now with a little bit more pep in your step. Will, you are actually feeling really good. Whatever nausea you had before, you feel better than you. In fact, it's a little bit euphoric. You're feeling, which is both really great because now you no longer feel sick. You feel like you have all of your faculties running on full gear. But you, as an experienced soldier, also know that exposure to radiation can sometimes start causing things like this in the brain. So you know that as good as you feel, as fantastic as you feel, it's probably hitting you pretty damn hard. So it's a matter of at some point you're going to keep feeling better and better and better and better and getting more and more euphoric, almost like to a point of drunkenness before it really like crashes you. So it's both great and worrying at the same time. But that's what your 20 is going to get you.
Hell yeah.
Yay. So you guys are headed and you keep going down the path. The rock and the hills seems to almost start to encompass you. Where the sun is, it's kind of late afternoon at this point. So with the hills and the sides wall, the hill walls around you, the sun is kind of, you don't see it directly. So you're getting that indirect light. So it's kind of getting darker and it feels like you're going deeper and deeper in. The path twists back and forth until you really can't determine which direction you were going, which way you're walking. You don't know if you're going north, south, east, or west at this point, but all you know is the trail ahead of you. A few more steps, another sharp turn, and there, you think you see the entrance to what looks like some kind of cave ahead of you. You would think it might be just any old cave, but there is something about the shape and the size of this cave that feels very familiar, as if this is what it was before anybody touched it.
This has got to be the place.
It certainly looks like it. What I mean, are there any people there? Does it seem to be active in any way?
You do not see anyone there.
Looks like it's time to stake our claim.
All right. Yeah. Does anyone have like a flag or something? Is that how this works? Is it like the moon landing or something?
You have to have like paperwork or something, I think, don't you?
Here's the thing. I have something better. I'm going to pull out a piece of paper from my purse and write on it really quick. Any and all valuable items found within this mine are to be returned to the rightful lawful care of Donna Truitt, William
Wheeler. Actually give it to my son Joey Wheeler.
Joey Wheeler, and Jane McDermott.
As the
That's
cop,
not gonna
I'm
confuse
honored to
them.
be included.
And I'll bury it in the sand inside of the mine somewhere when we go in.
Joey Wheeler was from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I thought I was pretty
Sorry,
sure.
sorry. I just realized that. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
The threads of gaming that come together.
It is what it's.
So you come out of this small narrow passageway and into it feels like another kind of little pocket open space of canyon, and ahead of you on the wall is the opening, the very familiar opening. But something interesting happens as you come out into this clearing and you're heading towards the entrance to what you're pretty sure is the mine. You hear two people talking. They don't say much, but you hear a couple of small just voices just quietly talking. And you look over and you see two, for Will and Donna, two familiar faces. They're young, about college age, kind of sitting with their backs against a larger boulder that's kind of half in the ground on the side, not too far from the entrance. They look pale. They do not look healthy. One of them is kind of, they're both kind of slumped, but every now and then you can kind of see them just kind of quietly say something to each other. They look kind of maybe even slightly green. Just they do not look they do not look like they're in good shape.
We all see them.
And they look familiar to us.
Jane immediately like runs over and removes her mask and puts it on one of the two.
The one kind of startles a little bit, but really barely moves. The other kind of looks over and goes, hallucination. No, 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 no more. I just wanna. You can tell they are probably pretty sick at this point.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the mask can keep them from getting more sick.
We have those kits. We have like anti-poisoning, anti-radiation kits.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Donna's pulling one out and is getting it ready to use.
Likewise. Yeah.
Okay. So both of you pull out the kits out of your bag and administer the anti-radiation, the antidote to this. You pretty sure this isn't going to be like an instantaneous thing, but it will definitely help maybe stabilize them, which is good, because if you are correct, these two students have been missing for over a day. And that they are still barely hanging on is, at least you have that much. But
I feel like I got their descriptions, but I didn't see them. I didn't like get to meet them or anything like that, right?
No.
Yeah.
You didn't. They were part of the team. You didn't really know. Will and Donna, because they were kind of part of the group, would absolutely recognize them as the two students who have probably gone missing.
Gotcha.
So
right,
you know that is Marion Armstrong and Robert Brown, though he prefers to be called Bobby because Bobby Brown.
Nice.
Bobby Brown.
I'm gonna scoop up Marion into my arms. We have to get out of here right now. Now we have bodies. Now it's really serious. It's not just us anymore.
Of course, yeah. That's why I gave my mask to one. Yeah. It's all right. I don't know what we do here.
Here's my thought. When we found this device before, it had been turned up to its maximum, right? And it didn't have any charges left.
It wasn't powered. So what you know from your mechanical experience is that there wasn't any power to it. So that's probably why the gauge wasn't working. So you have no idea.
No idea where it was at.
What it was or anything else. You remember, I'll give you this. You remember what the setting, at least from what the one dial that was left on there, a couple of the dials, the dial and the power switch were broken. Were probably broken off. But that dial, at least where that was set.
Okay. It's worth a shot. I'm gonna set the dial to where it was set when we found the device.
Okay.
What if we like turned it off and then like
Turned it on again.
roughed it up? I mean, yeah.
Put some dirt
Like
in it.
what if we just
I imagine if we're about to do this, it might do the roughing up for us.
Sure. Okay, yeah.
Should we make
I
sure
mean,
that there's no obvious wormholes inside the mine first?
Oh,
I
before we
sure
just test
probably.
this, maybe the
Yeah.
But we didn't see anything when we were in there before. But
That's
maybe
true.
there's
Well,
something now. Well, let's. I mean, it
well,
doesn't
it's
hurt to
150
look
years ago, so let's
Poke
check
our
and
heads
just
in.
make sure.
before we test
I
this
I mean, I
untested
imagine
device.
these two kids probably would have figured it out or something, right? They don't look like they're from here, so
Yeah, they made it here, but we don't know if they looked inside.
I mean, they,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
yeah. Let's go inside. I'm gonna go inside with the power pack activated.
I'm carrying Robert,
I'm carrying
just
Marion.
fireman carry over the shoulder.
Same.
Okay. You head into what it appears to be more of a cave, but you do start to see like the timbers. They're a lot fresher. Someone has definitely been here. You don't know when or where. There's no sign of anybody else. Some of the artifacts that the two of you, Will and Donna, had seen kind of brought out, are much more available to see here. You can kind of see left, a couple of tin plates and a lantern or two. You see a dead vulture with, looks like maybe one of its head shot off, but two necks lying towards the base of this thing. Which looks to be like it would be in a very familiar spot. You happen to notice, as you go through a lot of, some of the, I think a leftover maybe denim jacket or some kind of jacket, kind of tossed to the side. But the jacket is kind of ripped. It's not really in usable shape. One of the lanterns is smashed. Looks like it was smashed against a wall and then fell. But whoever was here definitely isn't here anymore.
All right. Any gaping singularities for us to jump into, or
As you walk through, one of the things you do notice is as your eyes adjust to kind of the darkened area, you happen to notice glittering on the wall. It's like if you look at the walls and at the right angle where the sun is coming, what little sunlight is making its way through, the walls almost look like they're glittering in kind of a yellow hue.
I'm gonna pull my policeman flashlight, the big fucker, and just click it on and kind of shine it in the cave and kind of scan around.
Yeah.
So the light from your brightly colored bright torchlight flashlight, I'm trying to get the word there. Blah, I don't know why my brain just went
No,
Been there.
it's a little chilly, it's a little damp in here. It's a bit dark, but with that light, it's like the walls come to life. The glittering becomes very, very apparent. And at the very far end of this mine, you see the streak of gold. I mean, just naturally embedded in the rock, this thick streak of gold. And it is glorious. Donna's eyes go like this.
They do the cartoon thing. Your
appraisal, your appraisal is going like off the charts. What the modern street value of that gold vein is probably worth. It is massive, and it veins and it snakes its way through the back wall and down through the rock, and you can tell that chipping away at this could probably show off even more of it. This is the gold vein that probably miners talk about in legend and song. And it boggles your mind, like whoever was here left this. Why?
Someone left this on accident, such as via time travel.
Oh.
Someone was here and could not collect on their goods. No one would just leave this. We are in the right place.
So you remember when you were talking about how owning is inherently theft? Would taking like a chunk of this be like thievery, or would that be commerce? Because I'm a little confused on.
It's yours until someone takes it.
Jane, make me a con roll, please. Con save. You don't have your mask on.
Oh, neither does Donna. She gave it to
Thank you.
Marianne.
Yep. So both of you.
Bad, super bad, garbage.
Also,
actual tits.
Really bad. 5,
Not
6
natural
total.
one, but horrible garbage.
Yeah.
So both of you are going to be overcome feeling sick. If either of you are carrying, I think Donna, I know definitely if either of you are carrying one of the students, you feel you're almost like your legs kind of get jelly.
Yeah.
And you have to put them down up against the side and then turn away as you vomit.
I think Will, seeing these people getting sick, is gonna rush over to that vein and like pound on it real quick and see if he can like manipulate it at all. Is he able to do anything with it? Well, it's more so just to see if it'll work, if it'll get us out of here.
Ah, well. I actually have to look that up, don't I? Okay. You go over. You go to the gold vein and you kind of throw a couple of hits onto it. As you hit it the third time, the ground shakes momentarily. It just
rumbles.
That's good. It means something's happening.
Oh.
I step back. I turn the dial to where it was.
Okay.
And I point it at the gold vein.
In case we all die here, it was a pleasure doing business.
You're gonna have to tell me more about ownership being theft. I kind of want to understand what you mean. It was nice knowing you, though.
We'll go to Vegas and we'll talk about it.
We'll have poison martinis and we'll throw up and talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, you are close enough, but I'm still gonna have you make me an attack roll just to make sure there's no fumbles on this.
Okay.
But it's you're not quite point blank, but this could go badly. So gotta still have you make me an attack roll.
What should I add to that? I normally have +3 with my rifle. I don't know if this is the same as a rifle. No.
Just go ahead and give me a roll.
Okay. Just a D20, just a flat D20 roll?
Yeah, just give me a flat D20 on this.
That is a 7. Can I use a fate die to empower it with Fortune's favor? I think it was Fortune's favor.
Good chance.
Yeah, Fortune's favor.
Spend one fate point to improve a D20 roll. Add a die to the roll to help meet or exceed the target number.
You absolutely can. Okay. So you can throw Fortune's favor out there. Use that fate to make sure that this this attack goes off without an issue.
Connecting. /R. It's a D6, right?
This is gonna be fun.
Let's go, dude.
Yes.
I'm adding a D6 to this.
Yeah, and if you roll a 6, it does explode like normal.
Yeah.
Fire away. That's a 2, so a 9 total.
Okay.
Uh,
But
could I
we're
give
gonna
him
go
one
ahead
of
and
my boons?
I was gonna say, I think we still have, there's
Yeah.
still a couple of boons in play, so I
Okay.
will go ahead and allow that. Because I mean, it's kind of hard to screw this up. You're pretty close.
I
So, and I
haven't.
want to see how this goes. So you had flipped the switch. You kind of flip it off your back, and you kind of move the dial to the position that it was in when you found it. You slap it back to your back, and you pull it out, and you aim, and you click the little button at the end, and you hear kind of the power kind of well up. And it releases again something unseen, whether it's air, sonic waves, whatever it is, probably sonic waves, and it blasts this forward to onto that massive gold vein and against that wall. The whole mine starts to shake and shake, almost like it was an earthquake. You don't know if it's an earthquake. You don't know what it is. It could be Satan. Who knows? And you begin to wonder what it possibly could be because you see the back wall, that gold vein shudder. And it kind of almost seems to move and break free of the surrounding rock that it is locked into. And it starts to kind of pour forth in an oobleck kind of motion onto the ground in front of you. And as it does, it starts to swirl and form and rise up. And it swirls and it swirls. And you could almost hear it is as if the wind is groaning in this move. And we are going to go into initiatives for the last time.
Let's go!
Oh my gosh.
Get this fucking guy.
Oh my gosh, it's time.
Let's get him.
All right.
Kick his ass. Oh, that's better.
Do we add anything to initiative? Is this like a add dex kind of a situation or what? I have forgotten how.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and yeah, roll, add any appropriate bonuses. So yes, go ahead and add your dex and
Gotcha.
as you would any kind of modifiers that
Gorgeous.
would add into that. So if dex is prime,
Add level.
Dexterity. Oh, I got a +1 to it. So my 1 goes to a 2.
I rolled a 9 total.
I have 8, 9, 10. I have an 11 total.
Woo!
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You done it.
You yum, you did it. We're doing it.
that will be interesting. Okay. All right. Donna, you see this liquid, almost kind of chunky, liquidy, kind of flowing gold rock swirling and forming up as it kind of rises up and starts to take on kind of a shape.
Okay.
As you see the gold kind of pour itself out and crumble itself out of the rock, the shaking begins to settle and stop. And before you is kind of this formless creature, this living ore, if you will. And you getting the distinct impression, you doesn't really have any eyes or facial expressions, but it does have attitude, and that attitude is not happy.
You, ma'am, are not a vibe. Can I move like half my movement and still attack?
You know, we're going close enough quarters. If you really want to, you could.
What I want to do is move away from the two students that are lying on the ground and draw its attention away from the two of them.
Okay.
And once I have a 40 feet of movement. I'd like to move 20 feet deeper into the thing and away from the opening where the kids are laying and shoot it.
Okay. Yeah, the area itself is not incredibly big. It's maybe about 65-ish, roughly, feet long, and about 10 feet wide.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm going back deeper in then. I just want to get it away from the students.
Yeah. So the students, I figured that you guys probably did that, like they're towards the entrance. So you've got a little bit of move. And this thing is down probably a good 55, 60 feet in. Okay. Because it just kind of came out from the back wall and it's just kind of right there.
Yeah. Okay. Then we're moving up and we're shooting it.
Okay.
Oh, that's not good. It's a 5, 6, 7, 8 total. Could I use a boon? Or maybe...
I do believe there might be one left in the mix. Or you've got your fate points.
I'll use a fate point.
Yeah.
I haven't used a fate point.
Okay.
Yet. So that's a D6.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 1.
Isn't that always the way?
Just the way.
Ain't that just the way?
Well, oh well. 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 is better than 8. Who knows?
So you shoot your gun,
Bing.
and what you see is you kind of get the impression the bullet leaves the gun normally, and it kind of hits this thing. And you can tell it hits it because it's almost like this little spray of like gold dust kind of, spurts out from its form into the air, and it makes the air a little glittery from the light. But it doesn't, you don't see any wounds per se. You don't see, there's no blood or anything else. Okay. It just kind of keeps going.
Yeah.
All right. So that's on it. So Jane, you are up next.
Okay, we're gonna take a 9mm, and we're gonna take our first shot.
So, just so I know for both of you, with your guns, rate of fire is how many shots you can get off.
Oh,
gotcha.
And I think actually, wait, Grace, I think you actually get, get at least one more.
I have a 3 rate
What's
of
your
fire.
rate? Oh, so you get 2 more shots.
You can shoot 2 more times.
I wanted to. I had to look it up. I had to remind myself. It's been a while since
fine.
I've used these gun rules.
That one's worse.
Don't even sweat it.
Oh,
I keep thinking of Cthulhu rules. I've been using those a lot.
What'd
you get?
That's an 18 on the dice, 21 to hit.
Nice. Okay.
1.
So go ahead and roll some damage.
That's a D8. Where did I put? Oh, here you are. 7 points of damage.
Nice. Sorry, you're making me do math. Okay.
If only I had an iPhone to give you. I just gave him away my last one. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'll take it in books. We'll talk at the next convention. Okay. So, unfortunately, I'm going to Origins and you're going to Gen Con. Which sucks.
No!
I know. Not till Gameful Con. Okay. So, you fire one and then you're like, boom, boom, and get the other. One seems to almost pass through it. Mm-hmm. Doesn't seem to hit. You're not seeing the little poof of gold dust at all. So you don't know if it just didn't hit it or if it just went through. You don't know. No. The second one does hit quite squarely in what seems to be this kind of lump at the top. You think it might be a head space. Head-ish. And that does seem to hit, and you can see see and hear a few chunks of gold kind of it hit and kind of crunch, and you see the kind of a big poof of gold dust, and you see some chunks of gold kind of fall off of it and roll off to the side. So that one definitely seemed to connect.
Clocking those gold chunks, though.
Keep an eye on them.
All right. So that was Donna. Jane, you're up next.
Okay, so first attack was an 11 on the die. Let me double check. +4 is 15 to hit.
A 15 will hit.
Nice. Okay. First attack deals 9 damage. We'll go for
damage.
one. We'll go for another one. That's a 13 on the die, which I believe will hit with my +4. Some more damage. That's an 8. I'm really well. I'm so sorry.
No, you need to hit. Yeah.
For the last attack, I would like to spend a fate die to make it a mighty blow, which could destroy my gun. I think if I understand it correctly.
So mighty blow means you can make a single earth-shattering attack,
Right.
which also stands the chance of smashing the character's weapon.
Okay.
That I'm just going to check here just to make sure. Yes, it is 1 fate point to make this. It's basically what it does is it has the same effect as if you rolled a nat 20. So that's
Right.
basically what it does. The attack roll, it automatically hits. It will do double the max possible damage.
Let's go.
But then there's always a but. Then you must make a second D20 roll. No bonuses or modifiers.
No bonuses or
Okay.
modifiers.
And based on that result will determine whether or not your weapon remains intact or not.
I think this is what I want to do. I think because it's thematic.
Yeah.
I think
Absolutely.
It's like dramatic.
So that's what Amazing Adventures is all about. Make it as
do that.
thematic as possible. Let's do this.
So yeah, she lines up a shot. She's gotten 2. I think I rolled like a 7 and an 8, so it's like 15 damage already. So she's got probably a good couple chunks. And then she just goes, wait a minute, and she like kind of sees where it's congealing around and like lines it up and we'll see if it breaks. That's a 3. It breaks. My gun explodes in my hand.
On a 1 to 9, on a 1 to 9, on the unmodified D20, that means your weapon. So you point and you line up this shot and you give it everything that you can, and it hits. As that bullet hits, your gun, your massive knockback, and oh goodness, yeah, because that could take a little bit. No, you're not going to take any damage. You are able to let go of the gun as it basically, the barrel just kind of like explodes at the end.
Yeah.
As that bullet hits, and it like almost curls back.
Yeah.
On the barrel of the gun, and you're able to kind of toss it away before it would have damaged your hand. So you're able to keep all your fingers intact.
Yeah. If I can flavor it a little bit, it's a revolver.
Yes, please.
And so on the third like shot, I feel like the hammer strikes and then it like goes to the next chamber naturally, like it does, and the pin like hits too soon, and so the bullet goes off prior to having like a clear shot and like completely eviscerates like the rotating mechanism and the barrel, and she like it like makes it super hot and stuff like, and so she like reflexively like drops it on the ground and curses and stuff like that, and then I think we pass turn.
Yes.
But before that,
Yeah.
that bullet fires true. Even if the gun is sacrificed in the attempt, the bullet fires true.
Okay.
And it hits this thing at it's at whatever angle, whatever spot it was, it hits, and you hear this thunk into stone, and you see this thing shake as it practically shatters into 1,000 gold pieces.
Ooh.
And this is going to happen at the same time as Will, because it can't do anything right now. Will, I'm assuming what are you doing? You just tell me.
I'm gonna start blasting.
You push you're gonna push the button, you're gonna hold this thing forth and push the button?
I'm gonna hold it forth and press the button, yeah.
So you hold this thing forth and you press the button on this new setting that you have no idea exactly what it does. And what you see is all of those pieces as they shatter outward. And this thing attempts to try to keep itself together and is not really able to, because whatever comes, the blast that comes out of that device almost seems to hold all of those pieces in the air, and they all start to shake and shiver so quickly. And then you hear something change in the tone of what's ever going on in that pack. And you hear it's almost like air. You hear the air go forward, or you think it's air or sonic waves, and then it's almost as if she's going from blow to suck.
Nice.
Because all of a sudden those pieces start to fly back at you. I need you to give me a dex save.
Oh my God.
Guess who's got a -1 to dexterity saves?
No.
You could also use a fate point.
Yes.
True.
So, yeah, there are those options with fate points.
1 is my total. So, Baba Booey. Oh, that's a 14. I'll keep the 14.
Nice.
Okay.
Do you still want to use a fate point?
I will use. I'll use a fate point. Yeah, I got them. You can spend if you got them.
All right. What would you like to use it on?
I'm just gonna do Fortune Saver again. I'm just gonna do add another D6, if that's okay.
Well, I was actually going to make, if I may make a recommendation.
Absolutely.
Or unless one of your party members would like to make a recommendation, because
I think just made it is like an auto succeed on a saving throw that you could potentially do.
Oh, that's way better. Yeah, let me just
Yeah.
do that. Let me just do that one.
If you want it to be like dramatic, like that's totally fine. We could do Fortune's Favor. But yeah, there's a whole
well,
mechanic.
this also sound the charge. He could double his movement rate and just hightail it out of
That's
there.
true.
For
Yeah,
you
you
guys
could just
to die.
run or dive out the way.
Start a new life in 1856.
There you go.
That's how my radio gets there.
What would you like to do?
I will just make it with a fate point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are able to, using your well-trained, well-honed soldier reflexes, turn quickly enough so that the pack itself is almost working like a shield on your back in case anything flies at you. You continue to hold the hose and the funnel towards this cloud of rock particles that are now flying at a very high velocity towards you. You start to hear as if it is a vacuum sucking up something chunky off the ground, except it's pulling all of this gold out of the air. And you feel some of them kind of ping off of you and ping off of the device as you hear a glass shatter. You hear chunk, 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 and you can tell this thing is getting pelted by the rocks that are not going into the suck. The device itself starts to emit a high-pitched whine. and you know that sound, what usually
Uh-oh.
that sound means.
Everybody hold on.
Can I really quick try to grab any gold nuggets off of the ground if they haven't been sucked up?
Everyone is going to get one shot to do something
Cool.
before something else happens.
Hell yeah.
Donna is grabbing gold.
Yeah.
Not the student, the gold.
I'm grabbing the
Students
students,
are fine. They're right
and
there.
in this, and just for like flavor's sake, I
Wow.
think like grabbing them both by the scruff and then dragging them, and in the like struggle of like grabbing them and losing my gun and all of the movement, I think I lost my radio. I don't know. I think I don't know where my radio went.
Yeah.
Right?
Ooh.
Yeah,
It wasn't
something, you know,
Hayes, it was
you're
yours.
hefting a body and
Yeah.
you hear over the
And I'm
the
sick,
whine
and like I'm like dragging them, but I'm also toppling over myself. Like it's not great. I'm not put together as a person.
they don't pay
But
you
we're
enough,
but we're gonna make it happen.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. All right. So everybody is kind of out doing their own thing, kind of gathering. Will.
Yeah.
You're hearing this. You're starting to feel vibrations against your back. In addition to being kind of pelted with rocks, gold nugget rocks.
I think I'm just gonna start taking the hits because I feel this thing is about to blow. So I'm gonna rip the backpack off and just huck it like towards, like away from me, towards the wall.
Okay. So you holding this to try to still catch as many of these flying rocks as you can.
I'm far more concerned with like the backpack exploding than with the rocks hitting me. So like I
Okay.
literally like just rip the backpack off and I'm just gonna huck it towards the wall and just let the rocks hit me at this point.
Okay. Each of you grab and throw and do everything that you can as quickly as possible as that whine starts to get very, very loud. It invades through your ears and into your brain meats, almost to a point of pain, and starts to hurt, and your vision starts to narrow as this just takes over. You hear it vibrating against the side. You hear the rocks, probably the gold moving underneath you as this thing, this living ore tries to kind of pull itself together, and it's part of it's in this device and everything else. And then you and everything goes bright white and then dark. As you come to, you start to hear voices talking, concerned. You hear concern in their voice. You can't quite make out what they're saying yet, but you definitely am getting the tone of concern. Your vision slowly starts to come back as you open your eyes, and your head is pounding.
Oh my god, it's just like Vegas. Fuck.
Stop saying that anytime.
Guys, I think they're gonna be okay. They're waking up. Thank goodness.
We're taking
I
that
thought
trip.
we'd lost you.
What?
What year is it?
Who's the president?
Who's the president?
President? Are you guys okay? I mean, I know the explosion probably knocked you. Are you guys all right?
I just listen. I still can't see a lot of stuff. I'm still pretty blind. I need you to tell me who the president is. It's important.
Oh, goodness. I mean, it's an election year. They're still trying to determine it.
It's actually. A point
I
of
mean,
great
for now,
controversy.
I mean, Bill Clinton is still
No.
our president.
All right,
Okay.
that sounds right. Okay.
Okay.
Huh.
That does sound better. All right. Okay. Wow. Nobody else. Are the students
Are the
with
kids
us?
okay?
Uh, oh, the two, yeah, it turns out they probably just went off to go, well, hook up. Um, they'll be fine. I mean, the problem is they've been out, no food, no water, exposure.
They
They'll be
right?
okay.
Yeah, yeah. Sure.
What?
The medic bot's taking care of them. It's okay.
The
Are you
medic
Ex
guys
bot?
okay? Do you need?
Excuse. Sorry. No, hold on. You just you said a word just now, and I don't know that word. You said medic bot.
Yeah. Um, when the medic bot's done with them, it'll come over and make sure you guys are okay. We were just want to make sure you guys woke up.
I'd like to like wipe my eyes and like really take a look around.
Same.
What? What?
Are we back? Are we home? Are we in our home world? Does it not look like home?
You see both Dr. Livingston and Dr. Stanley. They are off to the side, kind of sitting down in chairs, being cared for by what looks to be some kind of probably another medic bot. Um, they are they seem to be in okay shape, but they're currently arguing about what to do about this device, um, and who set off the short circuit on it. You see off to another side over underneath one of the other tents, the two students that you had been helping. Again, kind of a humanoid-esque, about 5 foot. You can tell there's, some wiring and tube. It looks pretty sleek. But again, must be another medic bot kind of tending to them.
Did we get launched into a techno present?
Kind of seems that way.
I think you guys took in too many fumes. We should probably get you guys some oxygen.
Yeah, some fresh air would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it hasn't been fresh air since, gold rush when they dug up all the ground and left all the radiation to it. But, then some of the newer technology, the terraforming devices are helping. So, but here, and it hands you a kind of a fancy mask with, attached to this kind of pulsating, very gently, almost very self-care, hypnotic, meditative, changing color device with a mask comes out and goes over your mouth. You breathe deep of the fresh air, and as you look around, you notice a predominance of higher end technology that was not there before. While you seem to have come back to a time relative to your own, obviously this maybe history has been changed or shifted, or maybe time and space shifted. But really, is it all that bad? Because now you're not necessarily in the future, but who knows what adventures can be had from here on out. And with that, we shall leave our brave adventurers to figure out what and where and when they are.
So good. That's such a fun adventure.
Oh,
Thank
I
you
grabbed my
so
radio
much,
on the
Heather.
way out of the cave.
You don't recognize that because you see other things on a table, and who knows what that radio would look like in this day and age.
Sure. Gotcha.
Well, maybe
But thank
we'll
you,
have a part two
players.
for
Thank
this.
you for trying this. Thank you for letting me run. For all of anybody watching still watching us on Twitch, thank you for sticking with us.
Thanks for coming out.
This is the first of 3 Amazing Adventures tales that we'll be doing, because in a few weeks, Grace has dragged me back for 2 more.
Yeah, we gotta figure out player situations and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But if all goes well, I should be back on July 2nd, Wednesday, July 2nd, and then in the immediate Wednesday following that. So we'll see if all that goes well. But Grace, I'm going to let you guys take me out. Again, if anybody wants to find me, I am Valley Girl Heather. I will be at Origins running multiple games, generally Cthulhu and Star Trek Adventures 2.0. I'm going to be doing that through Lurking Fears. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of those, as well as one of the keepers for the Cthulhu Masters tournament there at Origins. But then after that, you can probably find me on any of the Miskatonic Playhouse. You can find me on Lightly Speakins, where we are doing The Moonchild by Paul Fricker. You can find me on the Old Ways podcast, running RuneQuest, Ventures in Glorantha. And then sometimes I'm on Symphony Entertainment, and then sometimes I'm here, which I'm so thrilled to be finally back, since I haven't been on Troll Lord Games since the Jungles of Inclunade unfortunately wrapped, where I tried desperately to break the Seeker class, which is in the new Adventurer's Backpack.
That's my favorite
It was
class.
in the original Adventurer's Backpack, but any changes that have been done between the original Adventurer's Backpack for that Seeker class and the new Reforged Adventurer's Backpack, which is currently, I think, on Kickstarter right now. Backer Kit, excuse me. So go there. Adventurer's Backpack is one of my absolute favorite supplements for Castles and Crusades.
So
and if any changes that have been done, you can blame me, because I took that class and I wrote the shit out of it. Anything.
Love
but
that
yeah,
class so much.
everybody, thank you so much for playing. Grace, take us out of here before I keep talking.
Yes, thank you all so much for watching. I don't know if Chuck is around to resolve the raffle. He might not be. Chuck, if you're in here, say something within the next 5-10 seconds or so, or else it might just be a fake out for this raffle. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
No way.
I asked him to tell me how to do it myself, and he didn't tell me how. So sorry.
Oh, wow.
Chuck, you gotta get on that, man.
Chuck, we
Gotta get
super
on
appreciate you. Everyone who's watching, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow with the Troll Lord Roundup. We'll do double raffle tomorroll.
Double wrap. Yeah.
We'll do
There you
double
go.
raffle tomorrow. Come hang out. I'll get on them to do 2 raffles. And it'll be awesome. Thank you all so much for watching.
Yeah.
And we'll be back tomorrow. And then all
More
again next
Summer
week.
of Siege.
Summer of Siege.
Summer of Siege.
Follow Heather. She's doing great stuff. Excellent work.
Yeah, I'm trying. Eventually this is going to be out. Eventually.
Yes, and we
Eventually.
can't wait. We'll be waiting with bated breath until that day.
Yep.
Thank you all again. Go in peace. Make the words do good. We'll see you next time.